Husai's reaction to what he's seeing, right? So if he's watching the Viceroy, for instance, then Viceroy is the main character we're focusing on. So then maybe I could do things like, as long as you know that Husai's attention is on this one character, it's one of those things where it's like, it's an appreciation. Like, I love the brown accent, just like I love the Asian accent, but I can't do an Asian accent. But I can do the brown accent. At least people have told me that I think I can do the brown accent. And if you think you can, and you do it. And it is, don't holy brother. No. Remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And Apmeken. And then
yeah,
boss.
we can do that order.
Okay. Because that's just like what I have marked on the ground for like 1, 2, 3, 4. Because that's what I used to do the order in. Ah, shit. I'm an idiot.
What did you forget?
The armadillo.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do that one.
Oh, why do I... Okay, we got it. Come here. Run where I am. Oh.
Ooh. I'm dead.
Okay, I can still clutch this easy.
So bad.
People that are really advanced at the game expect feeling special, and it's a really autopilot type of action.
Yeah. Woo! Thanks. Carry is real.
Just not going well.
Just leave.
Is there a quick exit? How do you just leave?
I swear you just log out, and then you don't have to worry about losing your shit and having to pay the thing. I know how the tick system works, and I know how, like, phasing through stuff works, so...
Hey!
Woo! Clutch moment, boys! I'm clipping that.
Oh, I just need one more good hit. Oh, I definitely put 2 across there.
Oh, shit.
Okay, we gotta zoom in close so that we don't get it spoiled.
And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Ah! Guards! Guards! Plus, how do I know you're not stream sniping me? He's gonna, at some point in time, be forced to attack me because I have an expansion. Oh shit! He built... Oh, he won. GG. Ah, shit, and I already lose. He attacked. Damn, I wasn't ready. I sent my ling out too late. When we asked you where you had gone, you'd always say you didn't remember and hide that little bag somewhere we could never find. I get up and go to my luggage. There it is, a red gift bag, innocently sitting beside my largest suitcase. I pick it up. Inside, a single devil's food cake sits with a note attached to it. I rip the note off and open it, my heart pounding and stomach rolling. Thanks for playing, Isaac. You've always made the best puppet. 16 bodies this time. Congrats on the new record. The gun, the knife, the blood. Always the blood. I caused that blood, didn't I? I'm the monster, aren't I? What is it, Isaac? Grandma touches my shoulder and I jump. Are you alright? What's that say? Nothing, Grandma. I move away from here. It's nothing. I stuff the note in my pocket, in the bag of my suitcase. It's nothing at all. We stay humble to our clan. Every 5 years we purge one of our own. God has righteously allowed us to live, and he has deemed it necessary that not too many of us should be in one place for once. For the land cannot sustain more than 50 dedicated followers of the way. The eldest of us is responsible for leaving our village, never to return. Yes, Levi, but it turns out there's actually an update for AMD. So that is actually probably the reason why it was crashing. And I was like, no, there's no way there's an update. So I opened up AMD, and sure as shit, there's a fucking update. Remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It doesn't. It's just like, well, should I just bail and run the fuck away? Do something like completely random, like a Zerg? Well, yeah. Let's see what I get. 73%, not bad. What about my
I type it
power?
in my chat. Hey, it does do that. 21%.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good thing we're not
I'm sorry,
today.
Levi.
My king. So you're gonna have to win by the other means. Good game.
Yay! Oh, okay.
That was an even faster win than my one.
You were distracted the whole entire time. That's why I was like, okay, let's take advantage of this.
That were your culprit location.
Nerderine
Yeah.
rated my stream with 12
Okay.
viewers.
Oh my god,
Welcome,
Nerderine!
Nerder, to the stream.
Welcome, welcome!
Yo, we got someone in. Hey, Nerderine.
Well, I will be there.
Actually, they can take that. That's not a long castle, mate. There. That's a long castle, mate.
The command center. Cancels the fucking command center.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
And starts two barracks.
Cancels his main command.
And then he's gonna be waiting for them to mine those minerals to be like, alright,
Now,
when's his command center up? And then he's gonna see the fire bat.
He sees a fucking fire bat move out. Okay. You have to start a mass sunkens now.
Like
way too
colonies.
late. That's way too late. You have to start it as they're leaving the natural. this is hero dying.
And then Hero doesn't make it into ASL because of that.
You're quite good at this, honestly.
Oh, I'm so bad. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, I fucked up. But remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, you can say fuck you too. Fuck you. So technically this world is post-apocalyptic, and you do learn about that throughout the story. About the moon falling out of the sky, what the Monarch did, the war against the Beastmen, how it all started and everything like that. It's a high quality heart. If you played like a video game and you know how it has like high quality gear, like HQ gear, less than 4 is like a high quality heart. It's heart +1. You know, it's upgraded. I mean, that's a very good thing to start with, because having just a base foundation of that is very powerful, especially if you have really, really good ideas. If you're really good at one thing that an audience can pick up on, it will carry you. I am relying on the fact that I have grand ideas that like, just flow, that people can attach to those ideas, and it's more about the ideas that I'm presenting to people. All of the perspective of all of my world building. Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? We back again. Back at her. Just eating some food real quick, didn't get a chance to mow my fries. A little bit late, but that's okay. It is what it is. Today was a fucking day, boys, so, we're calling it a lazy day, and we're just not even gonna try and write today. We're just gonna play some Schedule 1. Short stream. I had to work early tomorrow. Fucking bullshit. But it is what it is. So, we'll push through it. I'm eating fries. Chips, got it. Ah! You damn Europeans. Chips and fries are different things. A whole bunch of kinds of chips. Yeah, I know. Only difference with these is they come frozen in a bag. You ever had frozen chips? Take a bag of chips, put them in the freezer for an hour. It'll change your life. Not a big potato chip guy, honestly. Yeah, neither am I. I just like my fries. But I do ask the question, of all the foods, potatoes, like, they literally change what they are when they're like leftovers, you know? Like the entire taste, the consistency, the entire potato changes like overnight. So my question is, yeah, like pasta. Why the fuck why don't chips do that? I mean, yeah, they go stale. But like, you leave a bag of chips out overnight, you're still gonna eat the rest of the bag. You have some leftover, fries? You have some leftover mashed potatoes? You have a twice-baked potato you didn't eat? You're not fucking eating that again. There's no fucking way. Chips? Hell yeah. So I don't know what they do to chips, but they preserve the potato taste. Or they just remove the potato taste to begin with, so then it's just like you don't notice the transition. Because it was never there to begin with. For the same reason, you gotta cook mince all the way through, but you can get away with searing a steak. Bacteria? You think it's bacteria? I mean, it could definitely be true. Potatoes are very, very, All I know is eat your fries fast, because they don't last. Eat your chips slow, because they do last. Alright. I was gonna say, potatoes are extremely watery. For their density, they're extremely watery. So I could definitely see bacteria playing a role. Says there's stream elements in my chat. Yes. Because if you notice, it says stream elements is the one talking. So if you put... So you have it, yes. Did you make stream elements a moderator? Because you have to make it a moderator, and then it can draw all of the data from your stream and translate it into the plugin. Otherwise, it won't be able to do the commands. Because it won't have permissions. Just did it? Nice. Might take a minute to update, but it should be fine. Okay. So. We're still gonna write the same story, right? We're just gonna take an extra day to do it. Because I'm way too tired, and I cannot do another, like, 6-hour stream. We can't go past 3 hours. We have to stop at 3 hours, or, like, I'm just literally not getting any fucking sleep. And that's not happening. But the good news is, it's a 3-day week. Because I have 2, then I have 3, then I have 3, then I have 7. So, get in while we can our resting period, because it's not gonna be for a while after that. But that's okay. Here's what it is. Those aren't new, but I do need to add new emotes. But I just haven't had time. I gotta change the tokes out for the bunny ears, and I gotta put this as an emote, the feet. So I'd have that feet pic as an emote, and I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll, because I just got my Henson razor, so I got this. Actually, I wanted to do this. I totally forgot about this. We're doing an unpackaging, guys. Hold on one second. Let me grab it. Our Henson razor. We finally get to test this thing out after like 6 months of not fucking buying it. Oh, does this not have a rip top? Oh, it does. Never mind. It's the wrong side. Oh, it shows his package on stream! Clip it! Jesus, I'm weak. This is fucked. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let me move back a bit because it seems to be fucking the camera a bit. So here we are. Our Henson. And then, thanks to Shoe on Head, 100 stainless steel blades for free, which was originally $13 for 100 of these, which is 13 cents a blade. So, see what we got here. Open it from here. And you guys can probably guess the color that I got. Ooh, it's sleek, boys. Look at that. Ooh, it's freaking heavy, man. This thing is heavy. Like, look at that. Look how sleek that is. Man, that is hefty solid, like. That's crazy. I don't even know how to put a blade in it. Do we have to, like, pop it off, or do you just, is it like, where are the instructions to this thing? It doesn't come with instructions, apparently. Or they're in here. Okay, here's 5 blades. So it comes with its own 5 blades. Oh, here's the instructions. They're on the side. Look at that. No paper waste. They just put it right on the packaging. So, okay, you do twist it. So you twist it off. Okay, there we go. Okay, cool. So you twist it like this, and then the top piece comes off. And then you insert the blade. Take one of these without slicing my hand off. Okay, guys, we're gonna try and do this without fucking slicing my hand off. Good thing I've only taken 1 toke. Okay. Ooh, sleekly wrapped, too. Look at that. Each individual blade individually wrapped. This is the future of shaving, boys. Woo-wee! That is a thin-ass motherfucker. Holy shit, that is scary. That is fucking scary. Look at that. Look how easily that bends. That's beautiful. Okay. And then it doesn't matter which sides, you just stick it on in. Don't cut yourself, because this shit is fucking sharp. This guy on. Still try not to cut yourself. Make sure it's... I don't know if this is right. This looks right, but this doesn't feel right. Something's wrong here. Nope, I don't know. Let's see. Ah! Holy shit, that is insane. Aloha Talk! Have a vibrant and pulsing stream. I will, Essentia. I just got my Henson shaver. We just attached the blade to it. But look, like, I wonder if it could, yeah, like, look how little that blade sticks out. Can I get it? It's literally like less than the width of a hair. You can't even see the blade sticking out. Like, I want to try it on my hand. Like, I wonder... Like, here. Woo! I don't know if you can see that. But it's like that shit just shears it right off. Oh, I'm so excited. No, that's because I shave my arm. That's because I shave my arm hair, Levi. So this is like from whenever we did the last stream, the last makeup stream. Because I always shave my hand, or my arms. Even like... Woo! It's so smooth! Yeah, I freaking can't wait to use this. This thing's gonna be amazing. We're gonna have the best shave we've ever had without any of the downsides. So we'll have to test it out. For reals. So not tomorrow, but, Tuesday. Tuesday, we will be doing... Ooh, does that even fit? A makeup stream. I feel like that's wearing on the blade, but it doesn't really matter. It is what it is. We have so many. Are you using shaving cream? Oh yeah, when I shave, I will. 100%. I always use shaving cream. What villain shaves regularly? Dr. Evil. But then the question becomes, does Dr. Evil need to shave? Or is he just like full head, everything bald? I'd love to see Dr. Evil with a mustache. Dr. Evil with a Hitler stash. That'd be fucking hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna put this in here with the rest of this shit. For now. But yeah, that sheared that shit, like, right off. And, like, normally we go over it with an electric razor, and then we use a razor to fine edge it, right? So that's what we're hoping for that, because we spend way too much money on razors and shoe-on heads. Like, get yourself a Henson. Frickin' Joe Scott's, like, get yourself a Henson. I think there's a couple of other people that promote it, too. I think Mr. Ballin's done it before, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get one. Fuck it. It's only $80. It is literally $80 for that thing, and then the blades are $10, $13 Canadian for 100 blades. And it's like, I don't shave. Razor prices are insane. Yeah, dude, like the Fusion 5 at Walmart for a pack of 6 are $44. Those last me like maybe 7 or 8 shaves. Like, for me, that's a couple months. But, like, for a normal person, like, that's like a month and a half or 2 months for $44. I'm like, now that I've spent the 80 on, and it's like, Jesus, that thing is hefty. I'm not gonna, like, I've snapped razors before, like, pressing them against my face because I'm retarded. Because I just don't pay attention. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sakes. But, my friend learned I use an electric first. If I need a close shave, then I always use an electric, and then I use a razor afterwards. It's just, you know, being a little sissy bitch, you gotta have no hair from the eyebrows down if you're doing, you know, doing anything in the dirty. That's not how we roll. We don't have hair. Hair doesn't exist on our bodies, just like it doesn't on women's bodies. Just doesn't exist. It's a figment of your imagination. I shave rarely enough to just use disposables when I need to. Yeah, but it's like, if I want to do, like, the foot cam, I want to get, like, waxing level of, like, fineness to the shave, right? And it's like, I can't really do that with a razor, because it costs way too much fucking money. But yeah, with this, we're gonna see how it goes. And maybe we'll do, like, a, like, shaving tutorial thing with it. See, that's one thing I'd allow for genetic modification. Remove pubic hair, any hair that grows after puberty hits. But not before. True, Sean! It's just a fucking annoyance, man. It's just a goddamn annoyance. Like, I love my beard when I want my beard, but when I don't want my beard, I don't want my fucking beard. It's like, the ability to, like, ungrow your hair. Or just, like, turn your follicles off so that your hair doesn't grow unless you want it to. Like, that would be a really cool genetic manipulation. Makes me think of Husai shaving. Would this be an interesting plot line? Husai literally has to figure out how to frickin' shave. Like, he has to literally invent, like, how to shave. Because he's the only person that grows a beard. No other species grows a beard. Like, the avians have, like, the neck manes, but that's, like, the representation of a beard, not an actual beard. I don't need hair on my chest, in between my legs, on my back, on my face, or in my butt crack. Horses grow mustaches. I didn't know that, Levi. Some of them, at least. That's interesting. I've only been around, like, 4 or 5 horses, like, up close in my life, for, like, a total of, like, 5 minutes, other than, like, when I did, like, horseback riding at camp when I was, like, between, like, 6 and 11, probably. But, anyways, hero, villain, relationship. Orangutans got pretty gnarly beards, but they're hairy all over, so it's less of a big deal. Oh, also goats. Yeah! Goatee, bro. Goatee. I'm like, I don't know if that's weird, the word, like, the word originates from, but, goats have goatees. Retain your lungs inside your body. I am sorry, Sean. Sometimes it gets out of hand. But I don't really have any notes here. I'm like, their relationship is like Husai monarch equals like a public relations in a bureaucratic sense. The main one is Husai and the Viceroy. Praying mantises don't pray either. Bearded dragons, despite the name, cannot grow facial hair. True. Hey, actually, Sean, how do you know that they can't pray? Praying isn't a hand motion. It's an internal thought construction. Are you saying mantises aren't smart enough to understand the idea of spirituality and God? But I don't think we'd ever know the answer to that. It's a possibility, but as far as we know, instinct is the closest comprehension we have towards what basic consciousness in an animal is, right? Their brains just aren't as advanced as ours, but you never know. They could be like squirrels, or mice. Mice are the best example, if you know you're 42, which requires higher consciousness. Mantises are blessed, simple-minded, and thus are innocent and don't need to pray. Ah, true! If you don't know, if you don't have the knowledge of good and evil, then you are innocent. Because the knowledge of evil and the idea behind it is in and of itself like a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you believe that there's evil, evil will exist. If you don't believe there's evil, evil can't exist because you don't know what evil is. And it's just a categorization of things, right? I'm just going to write very complicated father/son-ish type. The perils and perilousness they faced, the discussions they had all faded into the wind. So sad. Sai is trying to regain that side of Viceroy, but Gaia tells him the man he was is no more. Husai and Fafnir. Question mark. Wolves aren't evil for eating other animals, or even other wolves, but we view eating our own as wrong. Even evil, except under the most extreme circumstances, and even then, you've shunned. Because we know it's wrong. You're shunned, because we know it's wrong. Well, it's not that we know it's wrong, we consider it wrong. At least most people do. And that's just like a civilized thought of, like, don't eat your own. And that's kind of like a pack mentality thing, which I didn't actually, like, even think about the fact of, like, wolves eating other wolves. Now, That could purely be oh, let's kill the sick one among us. That could be rivalries. That could be a completely different pack. That could be purely out of hunger. So there are multiple reasons why a wolf would eat other wolves. But sustenance would probably be prime among them. Whereas humans eating other humans, in general, what you have to do to human meat to make it consumable basically removes all of the nutrition from it. Or, like, the vast amount of it. Whereas just, like, eating an animal or something like that is, like, without having to procure it simply because of heavy metals. The amount of heavy metals in the human body. As opposed to other animals. And that's one of the biggest problems with eating human meat is heavy metal poisoning. But anyways, all tangents aside, we have some notes and we're ready to go. Let's get this hero-villain relationship, and I'm really thinking it's more of a Husai Viceroy. Like, the amount of tangents aside, since when? Oh, just for the 10 seconds, Sean. So I can press the spacebar button, just so I can press the spacebar button again. And it's like pressing the spacebar button just like refreshes my memory. So every time I press it, I'm like, oh yeah, shit, that's right. Oh yeah, shit, that's right. I forgot to mention that. It's mainly the struggle between Husai, like, at the beginning, like, the Husai talking to the Viceroy about how he can bring the Monarch back, and then not realizing that the Viceroy is bad, and then thinking that he can bring the Viceroy back, and then Gaia basically saying, no, you can't, and the same way that the explanation of what would happen to Husai's consciousness of Gaia tried to take him over and use her full powers with his body, which foreshadows the final end conflict everything. But anyways, what do we need for these relationships? Let's find out.
Hey Subfuries, when talking about the relationship between the hero and their opponent, I'm not referring to the romantic adventures of the Joker and Batman that I'm sure are hidden in the deep, dark fanfiction corners of the internet. No, the rivalry between your protagonist and your antagonist is inherently one of the driving elements of your story. But how does an author weave and develop that relationship into a good story? That's what we'll be talking about today. Now, it's one thing to design a great hero and give them a fascinating
I love it when it does that.
But it's another to write a story where those two characters work well within the same narrative. Susan from Terry Pratchett's Hogfather is a fantastic hero, and likewise Father from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is a well-developed opponent. But there's a reason that these two aren't placed within the same story. Neither the protagonist or the antagonist exist in a vacuum. They exist in what we'll call a character web, a web of people relating to one another. Susan only makes for a great hero, and Father only makes for a great villain because of how they fit around the other people in their character webs. Even if the author isn't actively using this web to compare and contrast characters in their story, readers certainly are. We understand characters better by looking at the characters around them, and very few relationships within this web are usually more important than the rivalry between the protagonist and the antagonist. It's through their struggle that the author can build.
I guess a thing I never thought about is like the struggle of the political leader in holding the country together. And I know I say that the monarch and the viceroy are the military power, but they're the military power of the tree. So think of them as the ruling military power of the tree, and Husai is the ruling leader of the Adventurers Guild, which is the military outside of the tree. So it's kind of like two different countries' supreme, like, admirals in their army. That's kind of how their relationship starts off. Right? It's like two allied countries, and they're like the military leaders of those countries. but the Viceroy plays more to a political side, whereas Husai plays more to a like silent observer. Like, he doesn't dictate like the laws of the guild, essentially. Like, the people basically vote on what the laws of the guild are as adventurers. You know, what are the things that we consider are acceptable? And through the ages, you know, like, torturing monsters purposefully and, like, beastmen and stuff like that, as well as, of course, other people, is not just frowned upon, but, you know, that'll get your license taken away. There is a fine line with this, with, like, scale. So, like, if you're the kind of person that's like a, let's say, you know, you use a, I find this odd. Right now, chapter 13 is 26 views. Well, chapter 12 only has 23. You'd think it would be either equal views or a progressive decrease in views as people lose interest in different chapters. Very true, Sean. Very true. Who knows? Damn, what was I saying about Husai and the Viceroy? The way websites record and update view counts are kind of funky and can lead to oddities. Yeah, that's why I'd, like, give it, like, don't consider, like, the count within the last 24 hours. But also it might be double count if someone refreshes the page, for example. That's true. It depends on how the site calculates views, right? Yeah. Husai is a passive leader who doesn't involve himself in the politics of the guild. He just does his bureaucratic duty of basically keeping the tree in the same loop as the Adventurers Guild, as if, like, you know, the Adventurers Guild is a colony of the main kingdom, which would be the tree, which is kind of how it is. So, in the beginning, it's between, like, basically leaders of countries in an allied sense, and then they slowly become enemies. But even as enemies, they're still, like, to Husai. Until the second book, at least. During the confrontation and everything. Because it's, like, going to be a lot of, like, talking about the past. And it's, like, the idea of flashbacks through conversation with Husai talking to the Viceroy about how the monarch is, essentially.
Build dramatic tension, develop themes, and set up stakes for the story as it unfolds. But let's break this down. A lot of good hero-opponent relationships can come down to what we'll call necessity, that a great opponent is necessary for the hero.
True.
It's not enough to just say, and then they fought because plot. To put it in the simplest way possible, in John Truby's book, The Anatomy of Story, he argues that the main opponent is the one person in the world best able to attack the great weakness of the hero. This forces the hero to overcome his weakness.
And the weakness that Husai has is his inability to allow other people, essentially, to make the great sacrifice. He has to be the one to make the great sacrifice. But there's too many great sacrifices for one single person to be the one for them all. Because the idea is that you sacrifice yourself. You can only do that once, right? So the monarch basically having the ability to kill all of the other characters is, and, like, Anima in general is, like, an angry teenager, right? So he's just fuming against the world. So he loves to see pain and hatred and despair and conflict, even though he's trying to promote a world of harmony so that he can have more food. It's like, eat my food or play with my food. And in this case, it's play with my food.
Or it destroys him. The necessary opponent makes it possible for the hero to grow. Now, this concept of necessity can manifest in a number of different ways throughout your story, but like every recent rehash of the young adult dystopian novel, we're going to be talking about it in a trilogy, structurally, ideologically, and in similarity. The first way to develop this rivalry structure.
So what is the structure?
Ideologically, and in similarity.
Alright, let's see.
The first way to develop this rivalry is purely structural. The protagonist and antagonist have to want the same thing. This can be more explicit, like in The Lord of the Rings, where the side of good and evil are battling for control of Middle-earth, or it can be more abstract, like in Batman the Dark Knight. In that story, it may appear that Batman is fighting for order
Cute
and the
Muffins
Joker
rated
for
my
chaos,
stream with
but
1 viewer.
Muffin!
Welcome, to the stream.
Welcome! Gotta go, babe. Have a good one. Bye-bye, Muffin. Thanks for the raid, bro. Really appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream, bro. Take care. We'll see you again in the next one, my friend. Fuck you, Muffin. Oh, we need a toke for this one, guys.
Daddy's home.
Thanks, Muffin. See ya.
What hockey heard you the first time? Lady, no! Mom! Call the dog!
Batman Joker, I'm thinking, is actually might just be a good a good foundation. Because neither of them want to kill each other. Like, Batman almost wants to kill the Joker more than the Joker wants to kill Batman. Because the Joker would consider him... If Batman died, the Joker would consider that he lost. Because his goal is to make Batman fall from grace. It's not to kill Batman. It's to make Batman fall from grace. Whereas Husai doesn't want to kill the Monarch because he wants to redeem the Monarch, at least in the beginning. And then eventually he gets to the point of he needs to kill the Monarch. But he still can't kill the Monarch, so it's like, well, fuck. What do you do at that point? And then the Monarch's just, like, toying with everyone, because he's just having a good time of it, you know? If I'm going to have to destroy the world and start over, I'm at least going to have some fun with it, you know? It's like, I've done this, like, 3 or 4 times before, guys. Like, seriously. Only this time, Gaia is going to do something about it, because she has the means to do something about it now. That's the thing, is she never had the means to do anything about it on a grand scale. Like, there was no way for her to break out of the shell and then go confront Anima directly. Because Anima would just swallow her whole. The entire concept is using the Monarch's weapon against him. And tuning the anti-gravitic weapon to work with the soulscape instead of reality. And essentially, what Gaia does is attaches her consciousness to it, and then it streams her consciousness like a beam through gravity. And that's how she sends her consciousness into Anima. depends on the Batman and Joker you're talking about. Animated series Joker wants to make Batman laugh at his jokes, while Batman wants to prevent anyone else from losing their parents. Yeah, but it's still like the basis idea of like they don't want to kill each other. Like Batman's whole thing is he doesn't want to kill people, and Joker's thing is he doesn't want to kill people. He wants to watch other people fall just like him. But then again, that depends on which Joker it is, right? Because they're all... That's one thing I love about, like, the DC animated series, is if you watch all the movies, they don't keep parity between, like, the personalities of the characters throughout, like, the 80 movies or so. You got, like, a million types of Jokers. Exactly. And Batman. Yeah. It's like... DC did a multiverse without doing a multiverse because they just liked the idea of having different arcs of different personalities for different conflicts in different types of like Batman and Jokers, right? Like there's the humorous, like comedic ones, then there's like the midway ones, and then there's the dark fucked up ones like the Dark Knight. But still, even though, worst Batman ever, comic book guy, yeah, true. I haven't heard comic book guy in so fucking long. Dear God, I haven't watched The Simpsons since like 2014. Then there's the game version. Jack killed Bruce's parents because they betrayed one of the crime bosses. The Wayne Foundation was built on crime in that game. Yup. Tons of different stuff. What I was going to say is, like, the DC created a multiverse without creating a multiverse by not having parody because they wanted to show the different, like, arcs and scales of what you can do. It's whatever I grew up with. Batman, with whatever I grew up with Batman, it's just kind of wild how the character is still relevant. Yeah, like, my favorite Joker is, Jesus Christ, why can't I remember? Jack Nicholson. Jesus. Lego Batman Joker. Never watched Lego Batman. I mean, I love Joaquin Phoenix, but yeah, not... Like, I think he did an amazing job for that Joker, but I don't like that Joker. I want this Joker. I think it's in here somewhere. I can't find it, but it's like it's at the very end of the Batman, and it's like the Riddler, right? The kid, he's sitting in jail, and then it's like it shows the silhouette of the Joker, and he's got the Jack Nicholson smile, and like his whole face is like plastic surgery, like a clown, right? Where does he get such wonderful toys? I was surprised they even made a movie I didn't even know about. Never rub another man's rhubarb. Jesus. Sean. Oh, man. Where is Eggy when you need him?
But at its heart, the story is more nuanced than that.
You didn't think I'd risk losing the battle for Gotham's soul in a fistfight with you.
They're both fighting for the soul of Gotham. In writing a story, characters can be written to be passive or active. Active characters are the ones who choose to change the direction of the story. Passive characters are...
Yeah, the Monarch is passive and Husai is active.
ones who react to the direction of the story. Throughout The Dark Knight, Batman and the Joker both have to react and plan against one another as they duke it out. Both are active players in building their rivalry. Having your heroes and opponents want the same thing.
I hear another YouTuber tell me how nuanced Batman and Joker is again. I'm gonna flip.
Immediately establishes the stakes early on, that by the end only one
Sorry,
side is
I'm distracted today, Nevermore. Welcome, Nevermore. How's it going? Must have heard that story a million times. Yeah.
Tense back and forth, meaning that when the hero loses control in the story, the stakes feel much higher.
It's alright, man.
When
Hell yeah.
their rivalry,
Are you a writer, good sir? We were supposed to write a short story today, Batman Origin, a million times. Yeah, right? Nice. Normally we write short stories, but today is a lazy day because I've been writing since 2014. Nice. I've been writing since like 2007, 2008, but yeah, I don't have anything published. I just make YouTube videos and write stories and have fun with it and try to like improve my writing like we're doing now and seeing like how my ideas hold up against the true greats, essentially.
It's important to think about the necessary opponent moment. This is the scene where you as the author demonstrate that the necessary opponent is the best person to attack your hero. And not only...
Currently we are writing a Final Fantasy based story, which is what we're doing the notes on right now between characters like Husai Sudi, the main character, the Monarch, the Viceroy, and Fafnir the Dragon. I've been writing since high school, no joke. Before I graduated in 1987, I was actively writing things. Damn, Sean, you're old. I wrote, like, the first chapter to this book, which is called The Magistrate. I wrote, like, let's see if I can pull it up. If I can remember this. What did I put this as? I have no idea. Can't get it. Yeah, I don't do fanfic, but that sounds nice. It's just based on, like, all the tropes, for instance. Like, the main race are octopi, avians, insectoids. The entire book revolves around the idea that consciousness is fundamental, and all of existence has some sort of form of consciousness in it, and consciousness comes from basically a sub-reality that exists underneath reality, like in quantum mechanics, like the Higgs field. And the Higgs field itself is consciousness, and collapsing of the wave function in order to turn a wave into a particle is done through the act of consciousness. And magic works through consciousness through the power of celestial beings. Because essentially, the Monarch pulled the moon out of the sky, and the moon is the children of planets. And celestial beings are planets that basically they have a shell around them, and if they don't break their shell and they spread consciousness across their world, eventually it gains enough space dust that creates a crust and then life, and then that's the planet we're on. And moons are their children, and the Monarch killed Gaia's child, essentially. And its consciousness, because it was in a field state, spread across the entirety of the world, and the beings can channel essentially magic through consciousness. And there's three components to how magic works. Consciousness, which is the idea. I'm too familiar with the new Final Fantasy lore. Yeah, I wanna literally try and see. My goal is to see if Square Enix will endorse it as an actual fanfic Final Fantasy story. And it's the idea that the ancient technology of the past. I played 1 through 10. Nice. Yeah, but it's just like it's just based off the tropes, right? Like the cities are for each area, like Ifrit, Shiva, Titan, Leviathan, Garuda, you know, Rama, Ixion, and then, you know, we have the dragons Fafnir, Nidhogg, Bahamut, planet Gaia. Main enemy celestial being is Anima. We gotta have chocobos, you know, jobs. We have like an overdrive ability which is called titling. Like we got a ton of shit, but we're just kind of zooming in on the more fundamental parts of like character structure and character interaction and how to build this. Because my main thing is like I have like 18 years of lore in my head, but I don't feel I'm a good enough writer in order to fully convey the depth of my idea. So we're just using short stories in order to learn more and become a better writer.
Understand this, but the hero needs to understand this as well. Though it can come across as weak if it's just some pithy throwaway line like we see
I
in
enjoy
some
your
cartoons.
stream, home dog. I gotta head off now. All right, Levi. Yeah, just write it down. I do that. Yeah. That's the best thing about writing is you can just edit it. I usually world build before I write stories. Yeah, I usually spend like entire days for short stories just like coming up with ideas. Like the one we're writing is like basically the idea, and I love twists. So it's like the idea of it's the villain's monologue in that moment when you're like, oh, he's revealing his entire story his entire plan to the hero. And then you find out that the hero's already actually dead. And the villain is like talking to himself because he's kind of remorseful that he killed the hero. That the hero, like, he was hoping in some way that the hero would stop him, but he just went too far. And it's like they used to be best buddies. One of them was like, they were like, grew up in a government lab because they were experiments, and there was only like 10 or 15 experiments, and they were like as they grew up, more and more of the kids died because they put them through different tests, and like the main villain's ability was to like heal. So they would like put him through like horrible tests where they would like crush parts of his body and then permanently like keep him in that state while his body tried to like heal itself, but it couldn't because it was like crushed. And then the other guy has super speed, and he can basically it's like super speed in a real way. Now think of speed but add momentum to that. So you could, you know, take like a piece of paper or something like that, run it full speed, then like let go of the paper, and it would literally be like a fucking blade flying through the air and like sever through buildings and shit like that because of the power of momentum. So he used to do some fucked up shit. And then, you know, the villain was always, you know, the punching bag, and then the hero had to come in and like save him. But at some point in time, it's like, you know, some event happens that turns it around. So, you know, he couldn't deal with like standing in the background and not killing these evil pieces of shit anymore. So he killed a bunch of them, became the bad guy, and now he's the main enemy, basically causing the entire world to fall apart. And he was hoping the hero could stop him, but he killed the hero. But those are the kinds of stories I like to write. And the foundation of the Final Fantasy story is the duality of good and evil. And it's the evil celestial being Anima wants life to be peaceful, perfect, beautiful, no conflicts, no fighting, utopia, absolutely everything is great, and then all the species just continuously evolve and procreate, and he has more food to eat when he consumes them. Because his goal is to consume the entirety of existence in order to get his revenge on the celestial being that ate his mom. And the only way to do that is consume all of existence. Once he's consumed all of existence, he knows that he has finally gotten his vengeance because there's nothing left but him. And he knows that he'll run out of energy before this happens, so he sends shards of himself out into the universe to cause beings to basically create utopias, expand their evolution, and expand their numbers so he has more food. So I'm going to ask a question. Go ahead, Nevermore. And then Gaia, do you mind? No, go ahead. The This is an interactive stream. It's all about interacting with the chat. The everything else is aside from that. And then the good being Gaia wants life to be full of strife and conflict and hatred and everything is terrible and disastrous because it shows people the value of their consciousness. So you're talking about revenge as a motive. Yes. We were doing this yesterday, and if you look at the stream highlight for yesterday, I'm specifically saying that I feel like the motives for our characters are very shallow because it seems that all of the motives for all of our villains is just fucking revenge. It's just vengeance. How would a celestial being have desire for revenge if they are immortal? They're only immortal in the sense of they don't die naturally of old age. But a greater consciousness can consume a lesser consciousness and erase that consciousness from the ultimate consciousness. So it's like there's the universal consciousness, and then the universal consciousness gives rise to galactic beings that give rise to celestial beings. And it's kind of like being, you know, the consciousness within consciousness within consciousness within consciousness continuously breaking itself apart, but it always breaks a small seed of itself off, and then that seed grows into a tree. Just saying, if someone is immortal, wouldn't they be indifferent towards desire? I don't think so, Nevermord, because it's consciousness. So, if consciousness, even without a physical body, has an ability to connect with other consciousnesses, because they all come from the same root of conscious. As mortals, we are finite in our lives, so we have desire. But even on a grand cosmic scale, celestial beings will eventually die. They will starve to death. But they will not die of old age. If that answers your question. As to, I guess, giving a meaning for desire. Because they still feel, they still have hunger. It's just good celestial beings, not really? Okay, well, let me ask this. Good celestial beings revere life and consciousness. My stance on gods or celestials are usually more about ideas. I think it's based on our opinions. Yes, that's very true, right? And I can absolutely respect your opinion. I absolutely see where you're coming from. That's why I'm trying to build a... I'm not knocking what you're believing. Oh, no, I totally understand that. Like, that's the greatest thing about being a writer and having different ideas about stuff, is you can discuss stuff without it being a contradiction, right? Like, you can think that, and that's a good thing, and I can think this, and it's a good thing, right? And then I think having a discussion to see how we can fall on each other's side of the fence is the best way to basically create ideas and to write. Because if you don't have anyone to bounce ideas off of, you get stagnant in your perspective of things, right? Like, I'm trying to put myself in your thinking and be like, okay, let's remove the idea of mortality. How does that change a consciousness that could span millennia? How would they feel about certain things? And what would give them those feelings? I remember watching this TV show about Merlin, and they were talking to the god of Earth. I'm gonna have a toke. But yeah, it's just one of those things where, and one of the witches was afraid of getting forgotten, and the Earth god said, I'm forever, regardless. Because I guess you would think of, like the celestial beings aren't gods. there isn't really any God. It is just what level of consciousness. To me, I don't believe gods or immortals are afraid of dying. Okay. I can see where you're coming from. As mortals, we're all afraid of dying. Yes. That's because we can see death around us. I think if you didn't... that's why we have so many crazy beliefs. Yeah. I think if you didn't experience death around you, if you didn't know what death was, I still think you would be... I guess it's more instinctual, because instinctually you know what death is, right? I'm thinking like deer in the headlights, like, you know that you're dead, but you can't do anything about it. It's more of a common denominator for us all. Yeah, yeah. But I think of these beings more of, they are the same. Like, despite being on the scale of planets, they still have the same consciousness as humans, just expanded beyond our comprehension of how the world works. Because they can manipulate consciousness and literally create life and influence that life. So it's more of a scale of how high of consciousness you are. Ahmed Hosen, welcome. Points. How many points do you need, good sir? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? A deer in a headlight can't see and freezes in confusion. Animals fear methods of death but have no concept of what death is. Or that they... I was thinking, Sean, I didn't want to say it, but like a kid in the headlights. Like the idea of a person or a child or someone under, like, let's say 10, who just, like, let's say has no concept of what death is. We're in a hypothetical world, right? I think they would still be afraid of dying in that moment. Even though they had no concept in their entire life of what death was. Like, they'd never seen an animal die, they'd never seen a bug die, they'd never killed anything. They'd literally, like, completely hypothetical state of they'd never seen anything die, didn't know what death was. They're like 7 years old, and they're like about to get hit by a car. It's like, I think in that moment, even though you have no concept of what death is, you would still be afraid. So I think being afraid is more of a state of mind. Kid with his foot stuck in the railroad tracks and a train is speeding towards them. They know it's going to hurt. True. True. That's a better analogy. I like that, Sean. But it's like the scale of consciousness, like I don't know if this is a real thing, but I think it is. The more intelligent you are, the more afraid of death you are. Because you know. Same when my wife comes out with the 12 Anaconda Latex XXL model. 12-inch. True, Eggy. You don't use the 18, bro? Get your head in the game, man. You gotta work yourself up to the 18. The 12 is pussy boy shit. Become a real sissy. Get the 18. Welcome to the stream, Maggie. How's it going, bro? Why does it say molded on Twitch star talks on the box? I don't fear death. I'm looking forward to it. It's the method of death I fear. When death finally comes for me, I'll, as him, just... what the heck took him so long? I'll ask him, just what the heck took him so long? That's true. It's not actually... unless you're afraid of the unknown. It's the act of dying, not death itself. Right? If you have some religious belief that after death, and you truly believe this, after death there's something else, then death isn't the end, then you shouldn't necessarily fear death itself. You should fear the pain of that death and what that death also causes to other people. Death is easy, dying is the hard part. True, Eggy. True. And when it comes to something like a celestial being, I think of them the same, like, I've written them to basically be humans, but at a higher level of intelligence, with, like, more capabilities and just a grander scale of size. But they still have desires, they still have wills, they still have hearts, they still have feelings, you know? They're still good and they're still bad, and there's a scale of the in-between of that, right? And Gaia is a pure soul, but Anima is pure darkness, and it's kind of like that. But even in that, it's like the darkness of Gaia is in the fact she wants this strife-ridden, horrid, corrupt world to show people what the value of life is so they can correct themselves in their own way without her influence, because she's afraid if she uses her influence, it will just, like, destroy the entire concept of free will at the end of the day. Your soul is energy, and has been caught on camera multiple times leaving the body. Thus, energy can't be destroyed, only converted. So your soul will move on and become something else. Or it simply stays where it is. Like, what I believe is that heaven is if you can live with your own mind for eternity, and hell is if you can't. And when you die, you're just stuck with your mind. You're just stuck there forever with just your mind. That's it. That's all you have. Deal with it. I always find fear of death is a bit narcissistic, like you really think the world needs you, bruh. See, Eggy, I think of it more as what are the connections you have in life. Like, I know at least 200 people that would be absolutely, like, immediately affected by my death. And I have seen that consistently because of my seizures. Because people are worried about my health. I have seen that concern come out in others. So I kind of have a very unique perspective on it. And if anyone's had, like, a near-death experience or, like, a severe medical thing where people are like, there is the possibility you can fucking die. I agree with your living with yourself point. Yeah. It's like that was one of our first short stories that we wrote, The Feathered Heart. In your last seconds, you'll be hit by peace and regret regardless what is after. Yeah, and that's why a lot of stories that I write where characters are facing their imminent death, their final moments are peace of mind. I think that's a really, really powerful thing. It's like the 7 stages of regret. And then eventually you get to that point where it's like acceptance. You've just accepted what's going to happen. And it's no longer about anything. It is now about the experience that comes after. And just like preparing yourself for that. I'm just thinking of any other points for like points of conflict or like dualities between Husai and the Monarch, or Gaia and Anima. Now I believe your soul, the energy that animates your body, will move on, but I don't think you take memories with you. I don't believe in a heaven or hell, but rather you will move to a new world for another life, different entirely from this one, perhaps in another universe entirely. Maybe an animal can't possibly say. I'm glad you joined this chat, Sean. Don't always agree with you, but I always find your points interesting. True, Eggy. He also has the same type of sense of humor as you do.
By golly, my support character, this man is the greatest threat we have ever faced, just like last week's episode. There needs to be a definitive moment in the rivalry where the necessary opponent harms the hero.
I'm thinking here. Oh my god, am I thinking here? This would be the perfect moment for one of the most important things I'm trying to tell in this book. The difference between perception and reality. Guess how Zayd dies? I think we just go back to some kind of weird data soup we come out of. Look what's on screen. Jeez, I can't do this. Look what's on screen, and then think about it. We've already discussed Zayd's death so many times. What would be the perfect way for Zayd to die? Think of foreshadowing. Think of foreshadowing. Think of the first chapter. It's fucking perfect. It's absolutely... And the same line, too. The same line. No. No. Think of the line. Think of the line. Shh. Go to sleep. Who killed Torg? I've been waiting for like something like this to pop up. A moment where the reader finally, this will be the first thing that the reader learns that the characters don't know. And nobody has ever explained to me where the electricity flitting around our brain came from. We're born with it. We never got plugged into a socket. No scientist has ever stated this organ creates the electricity we need to survive, and our mothers don't die due to giving up their electrical charge. Makes no sense otherwise. True, Sean. That's a very, very interesting concept. Very true. That would be an interesting research report. But yeah, okay. So. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. This is why I love having like such a vast, deep world, because when I'm pinning things together, I can just throw shit down and it fits. It makes sense. It's perfect. So in the first chapter, at the very, very end, Torg comes out of the thing and he's like, help, help, help. And there's someone standing there who says, my dear child, the deeds you've done this day are going to echo in eternity. Then he draws his sword, and with a maniacal smile on his face, walks over to Torg, and slowly presses his blade into his heart, saying, shh, go to sleep. And that's exactly what the Monarch does to Zayd. Zayd wins the battle. So there's like the 300 to 400 people that come to the library, and Zayd's like, nah, holds Thor moment. Literally knocks like every single one of them out. Doesn't kill anyone, doesn't really hurt anyone, just knocks them out. And then he's standing there like, I'm not leaving. And then the Monarch is standing there, and he says, I never said you could leave. He draws his sword, and in the exact same way, presses it into Zayd's heart and says, shh, go to sleep. And there's one person who sees this. And somehow this word, through some means, gets back to Husai and Sid. Maybe it's Sid's squire that's still in the tree, who's part of the crafting guild, who's not actually an adventurer, so he doesn't have to be kicked out of the tree. Because crafters are, like, just general, like, workers in the tree. Like, the guards aren't getting kicked out either, right? So it's, like, only adventurers. If you have an adventurer license, no longer allowed in the tree, period. But yeah. And this gives the reveal. So, Husai's, like, talking to this guy, because this guy, you know, comes to Sid, tells Sid tells Husai. So, through this means, and then Various and Gluttony interview this guy, get the entire story, and then this is what sparks, because I'm like, there has to be something in the play, right? Because Various and Gluttony are going to make a play to immortalize Zaid. And they get all the information of what happened from all those people by interviewing them, and they get the testimony of the guy, of this one person killing Zaid. And the description they give is exactly the same as Husai. So they say that Husai was the one who killed Zaid. And this leads back to chapter 1, where the monarch was disguising himself as Husai and killed Torg. It's like the full circle of everything coming back and just landing in this perfect moment that, to me, the death of Zaid is the single most important part of the book. And we just made it even more important, because this is what's going to cause Husai to get back up and be like, because he's not going to have any idea. The play is going on, the play is doing its thing, and then the writing for it is going to be exactly the same wording as the very first chapter. And it's going to spark with the reader to be like, wait, what the fuck? No. What? And you still don't know what who that character is. But you know that it's not Husai. Because Husai was fighting on the front lines the entire time with Fafnir while this was happening. And the entire story is first person from Husai's perspective, so you never see anyone else's perspective. You only ever see through his eyes. Oh, it's just an explosion in my mind of everything culminating together in a point where I had a hole, and we just filled that hole with fucking 18 million fucking light years worth of fucking cement, guys. We, like, stretched that shit across existence. How deep we inset this shit. I fucking love it. And then that causes even more of a hate. That causes the spark, because Husai's starting to figure things out, and he's starting to think of exactly who this could be. And he is just enraged at it. And eventually he'll find out that it was the monarch. But, oh my god, this is why I love talking about my book. Because there are things that I would never think of if I don't talk about to other people about different perspectives. It's like, oh my god, this creates an entirely new dynamic around Husai and the monarch. And it's all because of this video and interaction with you guys.
In a way that no other person has before, or
True.
perhaps even could.
Yeah.
Only in the loss, pain, and consequences of this moment can the author truly articulate what sets this rival apart as the necessary opponent. Like for me, my necessary opponent would take my beautiful cat from me, our supreme leader Mishka, or at least they'll die trying. There's an interesting example of this in Doctor Who. In the episode The Last of the Time Lords, the Doctor defeats the Master and takes him captive, but the Master gets shot. Time Lords like the Master and the Doctor can regenerate, essentially meaning they can come back to life, but the Master stops himself from doing that in this scene.
You're not dying, don't be stupid, it's only a bullet, just regenerate.
I guess you don't know me so well. I refuse.
Please, just regenerate, come on.
How about that? I win.
The Doctor was desperately clinging to the idea that he was no longer the last of his species, and the Master was the only person in the universe who could take that from him. And he did. It was a really wonderful, heartbreaking scene where you tear up over the loss of the villain. But there are a couple of interesting ways that you can use the necessary opponent moment in your story. In The Legend of Korra Season 1, it was only at the end of the story that Amon devastated Korra in a way that nobody else ever could have.
If someone could show me the organ that produced electricity, then I'd understand where the charge comes from, and then suggest we clone that organ to produce clean, renewable power for the planet. true, Sean. That would be a true bio battery. Have you ever actually lit... Hold on a second here, Sean. I'm gonna try something. This is what it's for, guys. This is what it's for. It's called research. Isn't it just electricity from friction of the particles and atoms, not quite the same as a phone charge, etc.? Well, we're about to find out, Eggy. Hey there, love your curiosity about where the electricity in our brains come from. It's a fascinating question. Let's break it down step by step. And then we'll tackle your idea about cloning an organ for renewable energy. Where does the brain's electricity come from? You're right that we're not plugged into a socket, and no one's passing an electrical charge to us like a battery offhand. The electricity in your brain isn't like the stuff powering your house. Instead, it's a result of some pretty cool biochemistry happening inside your cells, especially your neurons, the brain's communication cells. Here's how it works. Ions in action. Neurons generate electrical signals by moving tiny charged particles called ions, like sodium and potassium, across their cell membranes. When these ions move, they create little electrical impulses. That's the electricity you're noticing when you think about brain activity. Powered by food. This ion movement doesn't happen magically. It's fueled by a molecule called ATP, adenosine triphosphate, which is like the energy currency of your cells. Your body makes ATP from the food you eat through a process called cellular respiration. So, in a way, that sandwich you had for lunch is powering your brain's electricity right now. Isn't it just electricity? Yo, bro, Valiant boy! Welcome, welcome! How's it going? Welcome to the stream, good sir. So you're born with this system already in place because your cells are built to do this from the get-go, using nutrients passed from your mom during pregnancy to kickstart it. No external plug or sacrificed maternal charge needed. It's all self-contained in your biology. Your idea, cloning an organ for renewable energy. Now let's dive into your creative suggestion. If we could pinpoint an organ making this electricity, could we clone it for clean renewable power? It's a wild sci-fi worthy idea, and I'm here for it. Let's explore why it might not work though. No excess energy to harvest. The brain's electrical activity isn't a surplus we can tap into. Those 20 watts or so that your brain uses, it's all spoken for, keeping you thinking, moving, and alive. There's no extra juice to siphon off. Tiny output. Even if we could somehow collect it, the amount of energy is super small. A single brain produces about 20 watts, enough to dimly light a bulb, but nowhere near enough to power a house, let alone a planet. You need billions of cloned brains to make a dent, and that's, well, a logistical and ethical mess. What if you get rid of this? You could easily solve both of these problems. And just have, like, brains in jars. Brain matter in jars. That's basically your battery. And you just grow them. You know what I would do is I would genetically engineer trees to do that. And then they could be, like, multi-purpose. They could be, like, electrical producing and oxygen producing. So we'd have infinite oxygen and infinite electricity from our forests. I got 9N laptop. Nice, Valiant boy. No electricity organ to clone. Since the electrical activity comes from cells, not a single organ, we'd be cloning something like the whole brain or nervous system. But brains need a living body, blood, oxygen, nutrients to function. A standalone electricity organ isn't a thing we can isolate. Okay, so now I'm going to say, what if you could engineer a tree to produce this type of charge, and then use something like a forest to power a city? This would have the dual purpose of both making oxygen to breathe as well as electricity to power our civilization. It would also remove ethical ambiguity of cloning human brains. Make tree brains. Wait, human batteries is the Matrix plot. Yeah, but they were taking humans. We're talking about basically growing a brain in a jar to power your house. So your generator would just be brain matter. But I like where this is going. This is why I love AI. Alright guys, we just invented infinite power. Engineering trees to produce electricity. That is next generation fucking technology, my friends. It is literally the combination of nature and technology. Your idea of engineering trees to generate an electrical charge, mimicking the way neurons work, and using a forest of these trees to power a city is incredibly creative. It proposes a dual-purpose solution, producing oxygen for us to breathe while also generating electricity to power civilization. All without the ethical concerns of cloning human brains. Let's explore whether the concept of tree brains could work, breaking it down step by step into its scientific feasibility, challenges, and potential. Oh, this is so good, guys. This is so fucking good. And what's funny about this is that's literally what the tree in my book is. It's pure consciousness crystallized into a tree formation because trees grow in fractals and crystals grow in fractals. So it's just like a fractal of physical crystal that is the like physical manifestation of pure consciousness. So condensed that it's literally physical. And then yeah, that's what powers all of the beings inside of the tree. It's why you don't need to sleep, why you don't need to eat, why you never feel sick, because it's just like, it just powers your body, pure. So, it's not like I'm coming up with this idea out of nowhere. This is literally the tree in my book. Except instead of having a forest, it's a tree that reaches out into the atmosphere. But I don't know, what do you guys think about this tangent? I mean, it does technically still coincide with like the between a villain and a hero. The like structure of the need for the monarch in the tree to keep people happy and sustained. Because the world doesn't have like there's like 150,000 adventurers. There are like 3 to 5 million people inside of the tree. They don't have the infrastructure to feed that many people. Like, they just don't have the resources for it. So if the tree was to somehow die and everyone had to leave the tree and everyone needed to be fed, millions of people would starve to death. It would not be a good time. Okay. How neurons generate electricity. To understand if trees could produce an electrical charge, we first need to look at how neurons in the brain do it. Neurons create tiny electrical signals through the movement of ions, like sodium and potassium, across their cell membranes. This process, driven by the energy of ATP, derived from food, generates a small electrical potential, enough for communication within the nervous system. However, the human brain with billions of neurons only produces about 20 watts of power, barely enough to light a dim bulb. This gives us a starting point. Biological systems can generate electricity, but the output is tiny. Could trees be engineered to mimic neurons? Trees are plants, not animals. They don't naturally have neurons or the cellular machinery to produce electrical currents like brains do. Plants do use weak electrical signals for internal communication, responding to injury or light, but these are far less intense than neural signals. To make trees produce a usable electrical charge, we need to genetically engineer them in a big way. Introduce neuron-like features. We need to insert genes for ion channels and other mechanisms into tree cells, allowing them to generate and maintain electrical potentials. This would mean redesigning plant cells to act more like animal neurons, a massive leap in genetic engineering. Power source. In animals, neuron activity is fueled by food. Trees, however, get their energy from sunlight via photosynthesis, causing glucose. Any electricity they'd produce would ultimately come from sunlight, rerouted through this engineered system. Theoretically, it's possible to imagine trees with tree brains, cells engineered to fire electrical charges, but it's a long way from current science. Scaling up, powering a city. Even if it could engineer a tree to produce an electrical charge, the amount of electricity would likely be tiny, similar to a neuron's output. Powering a city requires massive energy, hundreds of megawatts, far beyond the 20 watts of a human brain. Here's what we face. Number of trees. You need billions of engineered trees to generate enough power, creating a force vastly larger than any city could realistically support. Each tree would need to produce much more electricity than a neuron, which isn't how biological systems typically work. Land use. Forests take up huge amounts of space. Compared to compact solutions like solar farms or wind turbines, this would be inefficient in terms of energy per unit. Possible addition. Use radioactive waste or natural radioactive materials with these engineered trees. True, Sean. True. Harvesting the electricity. Assuming the trees can produce a charge, we need to find a way to collect it. In the brain, electrical signals stay internal for communication. They're not designed to be tapped externally. For trees, we might need electrodes or interfaces, some kind of system to extract the electricity and send it to the power grid. This could be invasive, potentially damaging the tree and disrupting their natural functions. Transmission challenges. Converting scattering tiny charges into steady, stable current would require complex engineering. Benefits. Oxygen and carbon capture. Your idea shines in its dual-purpose vision. Trees naturally produce oxygen through photosynthesis and sequester carbon dioxide, helping combat climate change. If they could also generate electricity, that's a bonus. A forest of these trees could theoretically clean the air, fight climate change, generate power. Challenges and practicality. While the concept is exciting, there are some big hurdles. Efficiency. Trees use most of their energy from sunlight for growth and survival. Diverting that energy into electricity would leave less for the tree itself, and the output would likely be much lower than what solar panels can achieve. Solar panels convert sunlight directly into electricity without biological overhead, making them far more efficient. Biological complexity. Engineering trees to mimic neurons is a monumental task. We'd be blending plant and animal biology in ways we can't yet fully accomplish or predict. Alternatives. We already have renewable energy options, solar, wind, hydro, that are proven scalable and don't require rewriting the biology of an entire species. Compared to these, a forest of tree brains might not be the most practical way to power a city. Creative reality check. Let's put this in perspective. Energy output. If each tree produced as much electricity as a human brain, you'd need 50 million trees to generate just 1 megawatt. Enough for maybe 1,000 homes. A small city needs hundreds of megawatts, requiring billions of trees. Current tech. Solar panels and wind turbines could produce the same megawatt with far less space and complexity. While the idea is scientifically fascinating, it's not yet a match for existing solutions. Ethical advantage. You spawn on about avoiding ethical ambiguity. Cloning human brains raising serious moral questions. Consciousness, consent, exploitation. Whereas engineering trees sidesteps these entirely. Trees aren't sentient, the tree brains wouldn't carry the same ethical weight, making this a clever workaround. Could it ever work? For this to become reality, we need breakthroughs in genetic engineering, creating trees that effectively produce and store electrical charges, bioelectricity harvesting, developing non-invasive ways to tap into that energy, scale, boosting per tree output far beyond what neurons achieve. Even then, it might not outpace solar or wind power. However, smaller scale applications like powering Sensors in a forest could be a starting point. Final thought, bio-inspired possibilities. Nelson Treehouse and Supply created the treehouse attachment bolts. They are added into the tree, but are separate from the treehouse itself. So I don't think the connections themselves are an issue. Likewise, rose bushes would perform the same job, but take up much less space. True, Sean. Could you imagine if all the weeds in your yard were powering your house? But only the roots. So you still mow your lawn and it would be fine. But all the roots of all the weeds in your yard was actually powering your house. Now that is a very inventive idea. Engineering trees to produce electricity and power a city is a brilliant imaginative concept. It could theoretically provide oxygen and energy while avoiding the ethical pitfalls of cloning human brains. However, the tiny electrical output, vast scale required, and biological complexity makes it impractical with today's technology. For now, solar panels and other renewables are more efficient at harnessing sunlight. Weeds are impractical because their lifespans are so short, but roses have decently long lives. True. I just meant the fact because you can never get rid of the weeds in your yard no matter how much you try. I worked on a golf course and I did gardening for a guy for like 15 years. Good times. Just on and off. But the amount of weeds I literally added basically he had like in his back 40 he's got like a cliff, and we kind of turned that cliff into a ramp over like 10 years. So it's a really cool idea. So in some sort of futuristic way, I'm sure you could make it into a story. That would be really cool. Maybe I should add that to like, dude, oh, I'm adding that to Hellish Mist's book. I'm going to add these trees to Hellish Mist's book. It's perfect. It's fucking brilliant. That's what I'll do with it.
By taking away the one thing that she had defined herself by for much of her life, her bending abilities. By placing the necessary opponent moment nearer the end of the story, a writer can build the dramatic tension around whether or not that moment will happen for the hero. Alternatively, placing it nearer the beginning of the story immediately confronts the hero with the threat of their rival, and demands a darker tone for the remainder of the story.
It's just the foreshadowing at the beginning and then the true reveal after Garuda. Oh man, and it hurts even more. It's so good. I love it. If only the French hadn't brought dandelions over with them. Bullfrogs too. Yup.
Story.
You know what I found out actually relatively recently? Yes, tumbleweeds are not native to the Americas. They are actually an invasive species that originated in Eurasia, specifically in dry and semi-dry regions of Europe and Central Asia. They were introduced to North America in 1870s, likely in shipments of agricultural seeds, and have since become naturalized in many areas. Think of Westerns, and think of tumbleweeds. And then think of that year. I found this to be a very, very interesting fact. So let's go over here and let's just see, when do most Western genre movies take place? The Gold Rush was not 1849. So it's in that period. It's around there. It's like early to late 1800s, early 1900s. I hate when I have a thought, then completely lose it before I get it out. There was something right around the time we started talking about death, and I lost it. Damn, I hate that, Sean. It'll come back to you. So yeah, I just always thought that was funny. And then, like, the further you go back, like, what American Western genre movie is set before the gold rush of 1849? 1830s. Questions asked for classic Western movies take place before. Well, there are many Westerns set in Old West. Few are explicitly before the gold rush. To address the question, one can consider movies in the 1830s or even earlier during this period westward expansion, but before the mass migration to California. Some examples might include films like The Searchers, set in the post-gold rush era, explores... Because the gold rush is the reason why everyone was coming over to the Americas, right? So it makes sense that most of the Westerns are set in that time period because it was a land of lawfulness while everyone was frickin' coming over trying to make their fortune in America. But I always just thought it's funny how, like, one of the defining features usually of Westerns is tumbleweed, but tumbleweed isn't even natural to the continent. And I never would have thought about that, to the western side of North America, at least. I guess so. I mean, there's also the fact that it could be misinterpreting the genre of Western, right? I mean, they call it Cowboys and Indians. When was Cowboys and Indians? The 1700s. Right? Realistically? Like, pre-America? But then it's like, it's not necessarily, you know, the American Western if it's pre-America. Because I'd say a lot of that was either the Gold Rush or the Civil War. Like, most Westerns are based somewhere around there. Like, you know, some... Like, I'd specifically say one of the greatest movies of all time, The Hateful Eight. Based around that era of the Civil War. The proper genocide of natives started in the 1860s and 70s after the Civil War. Yes, but I'm talking, like, pre-genocide, right? Like, Cowboys and Indians, pre-genocide, pre-America. Like, pre-Columbus. Well, not pre-Columbus, but, like, pre-Napoleon. I think. Or am I getting that wrong? That is a messed up fact. We just had a war against slavery, and then that happens. True. True. And it's like, you can still say shit like that is still happening today, right? Except, well, you know what's one of the biggest things? It's funny reading memoirs of generals from that time. Oh, I believe that. Something like, what is it? We need fairness for black people, but natives are scum that need erasing. Oh. Ending slavery didn't bring fairness, though, just poverty and oppression. Well, that's why Asmongold continuously says, we will vote for slavery back. Either that, or we'll abolish child labor laws and just send our kids back to the mines.
Whether at the beginning or the end, what's important to note is that to turn a villain into a necessary opponent, this moment must happen. On a side note, it can be interesting
And
to
that's
have
why
the
we
reader
created it
understand the
today.
threat that the hero faces, but not the hero until much later. And placing the necessary opponent moment nearer the end of the story can make for a powerful scene of dramatic irony. This
Yeah.
is particularly common in stories where either the hero underestimates the villain or doesn't know who the villain is
Yeah.
until this moment.
Yeah.
When building
Yeah.
rivalry,
They don't
it's
know.
usually more interesting when their conflict isn't just physical but ideological. Giving a character a unique set of beliefs and values,
Which is Anima's ideology versus Gaia's ideology. Latin Americans don't acknowledge child labor laws anyway. No point in sending today's children to any workplace, they just slow the process down. The amount of 12-year-old Mexicans that have served me. I have heard stories, Eggy Mayo. Can't say I've ever had that happen with, like, specifically, like, natives or East Indian people here in Canada. But then again, I don't really go up that much, so...
characterization, but as said, characters exist in a web, not in a vacuum.
Yeah.
While your hero might be a devout vegan Mormon and your opponent a separatist otherkin communist, unless these two ideologies come into conflict during the story, they add little to the narrative. My favorite example of this is in The Dark Knight Returns. It's what the Batman v Superman movie was largely based on, but they really failed to capture the themes. I recommend you go check out the comic or watch the animated movie, it's pretty accurate. The rivalry that evolves between Batman and Superman isn't just the two physically battling it out for the sake of Gotham. As an amazing fight as it is, broadly speaking, it's an ideological battle between the individualist, Batman acting on his own morals, and the collectivist, Superman acting on behalf of the government. To tie this in with our previous point, if your hero and their opponent are both after the same thing, their ideological differences may contrast two different approaches to the
Mexico considers you to be an adult at age 15 and even allow marriage at that point. Then this married couple crosses the border and gets separated because they're just kids. That's brutal, Sean. There are more slaves in the modern world than the height of American slavery. I believe that, Eggy. Because of the population. Look at China. Look at India. Honestly, though, I don't know, like, how much of India. Skylar! Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Heart as well. How are you? It's like, it's the same thing. It's like, look at all of the terrible things in the world, and then sit back, take a step back, and realize that we are living in the worst person in the world is living better than the best person probably like 2,000 years ago. Maybe not the worst, but you know what I mean with the scale. Like, thinking about it, it's like, hey, maybe the worst is exactly the same. Because, you know, they're like starving, they're a slave, they're basically like, you know. So maybe that's exactly the same. Maybe the floor hasn't changed, but the damn well the ceiling and the average has fucking skyrocketed. Plus, like, the age as well, like infant mortality rates. Yeah, anything earlier than about 1930 is essentially a horror film. Yeah. It's like we romanticize the past and stuff, but it's actually fucking horrible. And it's like, yeah, horrible shit happens now, but it's like on average, even on a significantly, even down to the 10%, probably a billion times better than what it was in the past. We only got penicillin in the 40s. Yeah. Like, and to be fair, anti-vax are bringing back diseases that we've wiped out. Just wakening up. Good morning. Good point. War is more destructive and quick now. That's true. How many people died in World War One versus World War Two? Let's ask Grok. I'm pretty sure more died in World War One. Oh, no, never mind. I'm way off. World War II? No, it's actually I'm actually way off. Look, I thought the number was higher. I thought the number was way higher than that. I knew this one was this, but I thought this was like 110 because of the length of it and the scale of it. But it might actually be like how many like what percent, let's try this one, of veterans from World War One versus World War Two had severe disfigurement or physical health problems after the war. What are the figures? We can't see it. Oh, it's 16 million deaths in World War One, 70 to 185 million in World War Two. So it makes my point mute. Unless this one is more, just by base of a percentage because of the amount of... Okay, yeah. So in World War One, more people survived, but more people were disfigured because more people survived and more people had problems. So it was like World War Two, you died. World War One, you lost a limb or something, and then you basically got shipped back home. So I think it was just the fact that more people survived in World War One that puts the death toll so low. World War One was just soldiers pretty much, whereas World War Two was just a free-for-all, ladders and cages match, I guess. Yeah, true. But anyways, I just love looking that stuff up because I'm terrible with history and stuff. So it's like when I make a statement, I try to be like, okay, well, what did I actually say and what's true? And I was completely wrong. I thought more people died in World War One, but it was just more people got injured in World War One.
Same problem.
I'd still rather fight in World War Two. I would have loved to have been a fucking pilot in World War Two, man. Like manually fucking doing everything as you're flying the plane. Fucking taking shit down. I think that'd be fucking intense. But, you know, that's because there's no video games. So, it is what it is.
Making the protagonist-antagonist rivalry ideological, the antagonist is better equipped to challenge the hero in a far more personal way. Not only does it integrate the main dramatic thread with theme, but it more easily allows for character development by forcing both the protagonist and the antagonist to examine their motivations and values. Which values do they...
US got ambushed in World War II, or the numbers would have been much lower? Yeah, that would be cool. They only got like 9 hours training at 1.2. Yeah. One of the main things is specifically, Sean, what would have happened if America had joined the war right off the bat? As well as what would have happened if Stalin and Hitler hadn't feuded. I think we would be in a very different world. A very different world.
They stick to, which do they bend, and where do they break? The standard formula for this kind of story is that it culminates with the opponent's defeat and only the hero realizing something about themselves. But in reality, it's very rare that one side has it all right and the others are just pure evil. Unless it's your sibling. Then you're always right. Or if you prefer cookies over muffins, then you're objectively wrong. One way to distinguish your story from this common pattern is with something called a double reversal, where both the antagonist and the protagonist have a realization at the end. In the Doctor Who episode The Waters of Mars, the Doctor realizes that...
Or if Hitler never invaded Poland, he'd probably have been around till the 90s. I mean, there's debate on that about, like, his drug use and stuff like that. But, yeah, pretty much. I'd see that.
The end that he has become too controlling and gone too far. And Adelaide Brooke, while she is more of an opponent than an antagonist at the end, realizes she can't go changing time like she originally.
And that's kind of like how Gaia is with Husai. She's like, I can't just destroy your consciousness. That's too much for you to ask for me to do. I know you're asking to give the chance, but you don't understand the scale of what you're asking me to do. This guy loves Doctor Who. I mean, it's just, it has good plots. I never watched this specific iteration of Doctor Who, though.
The viewer comes to understand the moral vision of the story through the actions of both characters, not just the protagonist. A double reversal not only humanizes the antagonist by giving...
And that's kind of what we do with Fafnir. And we do, like, the same thing with the Viceroy. Like, we have characters all over the place that are doing this shit.
Arc, but it gives the...
Do you ever get tempted to turn real people into a character? I've borrowed names and, like, concepts. Like, Walker is extremely eccentric in what he wears. Like, he's like flashy as fuck, loves like bright colors and shit like that, like super flamboyant, like, you know, like, but like not in a gay way, in just like an expressive way, right? Other than that, it's like just pieces of me. Like, the anima is like my raw fucking anger and like temper. Gaia is my logic and consciousness. Husai is my perception of the world. Various and Gluttony are like my writing, poetic and expressive, like a literary side. Fafnir is like my devil's advocate in me, who always wants to try to see things from someone else's perspective and judge things based upon that. So I think it's more of just like bits and pieces of me spread throughout my characters.
The ideological rivalry between the two a more nuanced resolution. However, this doesn't mean that your antagonist has to wonder,
are we the baddies?
It's just as interesting to have them evolve but not switch sides or allegiances. This is, of course, next to impossible if your opponent is never given a chance to do anything but eat puppies and consume the souls of orphans, as any good Dark Lord's menu would have. In Stephen King's magnum opus, the Dark Tower series, the Crimson King lays claim to such titles as the Lord of Discordia, Satan, and the Antichrist. It would be a little bit unusual for him to suddenly turn around and say, by golly, maybe I shouldn't destroy worlds. Of course, if you write your story to have this kind of villain, that's perfectly fine. There are plenty of stories that work with this sort of character. A third way to build an interesting rivalry is with similarity between your protagonist...
But that's the thing, is that there's like different scales of enemies, right? Like, there's the less than human level, there's the human level, there's the slightly above human level, and then there's all of those in like a small group, then there's all of those in a large group, then there's like higher level consciousness, and then there's like Fafnir, then there's like the dragons, and then there's like Gaia. And it's like, as you go through the story, it just continuously scales up bigger and bigger, slower and slower and slower, but that scaling continues in a percentage base. So once you've gone from a bunch of small groups to like a couple of large groups, which would be like Garuda, the fight for Garuda, which is like basically two small armies, and then the introduction of like dragons that are like larger than both armies' surface plus the city combined. And then you scale up from there to the world itself, and then celestial beings, and then the universe and anima. So it scales fast once you hit the planetary plane and like the large army and dragonscape, essentially.
And your antagonist, though this point is often misunderstood. As we've talked about before, characters don't exist in a vacuum, but a web. Because of this, readers come to better understand your characters by comparing and contrasting them to other characters in your story. But where two characters are specifically set in a contrast that highlights the differences between them, this is called a character foil, and it's about the oldest trope in the literary books. I mean, this is everywhere. For example, Sherlock's tendency to be rude or condescending highlights Watson's social skills, while Watson's more methodical approach to problems highlights Sherlock's impulsiveness. More often than not, a good rivalry will naturally evolve when the antagonist is the character foil for the protagonist, and vice versa.
And kind of this is how the Viceroy is, like, after Garuda, but before they confront the Monarch. And it's kind of like him as a person now has evolved after seeing the battle. And it's like, that childish grace that he had, that Husai accuted to Zaid, is gone. And that's another metaphor for Zaid's death. Is like the death of the child of the Viceroy. And that's where and why Husai starts to see him more as a father figure than he saw him as like a senile old man. But now he's gaining more respect for him. And with this whole event and everything that happens, you know, their relationship kind of becomes closer.
This contrast between the two will be weak unless you also have strong similarities to make them stand out to the reader. One way is to give them similar abilities. In Owen Colfer's Artemis Fowl, both Artemis and Opal are tech geniuses smart enough to manipulate those around them to their own ends. But the similarities here highlight their differences in values and how Artemis Fowl has grown as a person since the first book. Another way to make them similar is through their personality or beliefs. In Arrow, Malcolm Merlyn and Oliver Queen are both utilitarian vigilantes with trouble building meaningful relationships and a strong sense of independence. And like many of our favorite heroes, a love for somewhat impractical weaponry. Oliver Queen changes over.
Have you ever had a sympathetic antagonist where even though they're opposing the MC, you genuinely feel for them and want things to work out for them? Sean, that was what we were writing today. The villain who killed his hero and was regretting it and needed to come, like, wanted the hero to stop him, and his whole monologue in the beginning is about his plan, and then after the reveal, it's like the emotional twist of, you were supposed to stop me from doing this plan, you know? It was never supposed to be a reality, you know? I was trying to push things to the end so that you would, you know, finish me off kind of thing. But it just never turned out that way. But once you have, like, let me ask you this, Sean. Would you feel sorry for the original consciousness that was the Monarch when he was Matthew and the Viceroy was Vincent, and Vincent was the professor and Matthew was the student, and they were working at one of the top universities in the Octopi world, and they detected, like, they basically invented like a new type of transistor that could interact with like X-rays and gamma rays coming from space, because they were doing research on like the different levels of atmosphere on the planet once you left the water to land, because they had probes, and then space, and they were basically trying to detect these different particles. And they wound up discovering a weird-looking energy source, which was kind of the same, which was the Shard of Anima. And they went towards it in a submarine on basically a field trip to investigate a new energy source. And then they get completely taken over by Anima. And only Gaia's quick thinking saves a partition of Vincent's brain, who's the Viceroy. But the Monarch's consciousness, the consciousness that was Matthew, was annihilated by Anima's presence in his mind. And he is just a vessel of Anima. Do you feel sorry for that character? Myst 3, Exile's antagonist, is a great example. He's unhinged because he's been stuck in a separate space for years. Well, the people who trapped him were the sons of the man who is your friend, and the antagonist believed that his people were destroyed, but the sons were still alive, and the father had somehow fixed their people's world and brought it back to life. Fuck, I love Myst, man. Myst was such a fucking... Ugh. That's probably where I got such my crazy imagination from when I was a kid. I literally replayed Myst actually recently, like within the last 10 years on DOSBox. Specifically Myst Riven. But I had Myst 3 on that was on PS2, right? Myst 3 was PS2, right? Yeah. Yeah, Exile. That was the one I played. Okay, so I never finished the game because I got to this stupid puzzle I could never solve, and I literally remember having like stacks and stacks of sheets of paper that I could never solve this one puzzle. And it was like a bunch of rings, and you had to like move the ball in like certain areas to unlock it. Yeah, it was like 3 circular things, and it was like moving an observation tower around. I wonder if I could actually do... Hold on, let me see if I can... Here, this. This fucking puzzle. In this goddamn tower. I could not fucking figure it out. Yeah. So I got like a third of the way through the game, I guess. Oh no, I know what you're talking about. You were sending the ball through rings, except if you didn't set it up correctly, the ball shattered in the ring, or is it the one where the ball hopped? Yeah, I gave up after that. It was a shit show. I didn't understand it at fucking all.
over the course of the series.
But yeah, I remember it. I remember Myst 3, man. I should replay it.
But it's only through his rivalry with Merlin that he is forced to do so, making him the perfect foil. Finally, authors often opt to give their heroes and their opponents similar backstories. In Harry Potter, both Harry and Voldemort...
And that's kind of the thing too. Oh, every tower has its own code. You get them by aligning the telescope in the central tusk, then focusing the image to perfectly match what was on the other tusk. Yeah, and I remember having sheets of paper with, like, I put it up to the screen and I'd draw it out, and then I'd put it up to the screen and I'd try to match it, and I swear I'd solved it, it just didn't fucking work. It was like... But yeah, that was the puzzle. I don't know if that was the tower, but that kind of... It was like 3 of those in a room. And you had to like move them around, and it moved a tower around. That's all I remember. I don't know if I'm remembering it correctly, but that's what I remember. They should have implemented a yellow and blue make green gimmick there, so you knew you got it right. That was the worst part, is I had no idea. I was gonna say greatest game ever, and then I totally forgot what it was. Oh, no, this is I can never find it. There we are, 1995. Does it have images? Well, let me ask you. Can you figure out why? Oh my god. No, that's not what I want. What is this shit? I just want the image, you fucking pieces of shit. Just give me the fucking image. I don't understand. I know it's an image because I fucking looked it up before, but it's not giving it to me. It says it's a fucking video, even though it's an image. I don't know. Guess why I liked this game when I was a kid. Should have implemented so you line the image up and focus it, then record that code for that tower, then go to that tower, enter the code, and the book lowers. You then return to the central task to line up another viewer to a different tower, then open that one. 3 towers, 3 codes. I see. But yeah, I really liked this game when I was a kid. They really didn't try to hide it back in the day, man. They just went for it.
Were orphans raised by muggles, felt they didn't belong, and thought Hogwarts is home more than any.
The perv flows strong in us. True. Even when I was a kid, and I was like, well, what's the point in even covering up their tits if you're just gonna leave their tits out? Oh, it's mandatory that we have to cover up 2 tits. So let's give them 4 tits, so we only have to cover up 2 tits. Never got into Harry Potter? Neither did I. Like, I watched, like, you know, like, the movies when they came out, like, the first 3, and then it took, like, 8 years for the next movies to come out, and then in, like, 2019, 2019, I rewatched all of the movies in sequence, and it was actually fucking phenomenal. Because it's, like, you know, you grow up, I don't know who I was talking to about this, but, like, Harry Potter's a great example of, like, it starts off very, very childish, but it ends off very, very dark and fucked up and twisted. But it's because as you age through the book, the characters get older and more mature themes are unlocked by their age, essentially, until they're literally graduated in, like, 20s and dealing with real life issues. My first game, Leisure Suit Larry, in the land of the lounge lizards, aka porn game, on my dad's PC. LOL! I remember seeing that in game stores back in the day. Sean? Oh man, that's hilarious.
Anywhere else. But these similarities also highlight a key difference. While they both started off feeling unloved, when Harry went to Hogwarts, he soon learned the power of friendship. Something that would change the course of the Wizarding War. The necessary antagonist is the one best equipped to attack your protagonist. Not only do similarities allow the opponent to better understand, predict, and thereby undermine the...
Oh, what I was going to say is there is the duality of the Monarch is being controlled by Anima, and to an extent, Husai is being controlled by Gaia. because she was the reason for his genetic engineering for him to become human, essentially, or be born human. And it's like even Husai's parents, who were octopi, never saw Husai as what he is. So no one has ever seen him as a human. That's where his, like, underlying, like, loneliness comes from, no matter what. And that's what he breaks down and tells Hildebrandt. And then that's kind of what changes their relationship.
Hero, but it narrows the dramatic focus in their rivalry to a limited number of differences that the reader can become more invested in. Now, there's been a tendency in recent times to take this to an extreme, to make the hero and the villain alike.
My dad's PC had a turbo button. Never did we turn that off.
Like in virtually
Turbo was the best invention ever. I remember playing Champions of Norath. No, what's the second one? Was it what the hell was it? Return to Arms. Champions of Norath. Champions, Return to Arms. So fucking good. What's that? Only getting 1 image per second. Hit the turbo button. Oh, now it will flow as intended. Yeah, I got a wireless controller with fans on it and a turbo button. And then I just hold that down and hold forward and play Champions Return to Arms, and it was the best thing ever. It was the best thing ever. So fucking good. But yeah, the duality between, at the end of the day, Gaia and Anima is reflected in the Monarch and Husai, and even like the Viceroy and Husai.
every way possible except what's required to make one a hero and the other a villain. And this can work well. There's something uniquely satisfying about the rivalry in BBC's Sherlock between Sherlock Holmes and Jim Moriarty. They dress the same, the actors look similar, they have similar eccentric personalities. One calls themselves the consulting detective while the other the consulting criminal, and the show is just rife with scenes that parallel the two of them. And this symmetry reads well and looks great because who doesn't love literary symmetry? I know I do. Maybe a little bit too much. There's a reason that comic books tend to do this all the time. Despite this, a high degree of symmetry is not required.
That would be very interesting. To have like that kind of tense chess scene with like the Monarch and Husai as like, oh man, that would be so cool. Because I've been thinking like there needs to be a game, right? Like a card game or something like that, right? All Final Fantasy games have some sort of side game that you can play, right? Like a sport or something like that. With all the extra junk they threw into Windows 10, I wish I had Turbo PC on this PC. I have Windows 11. I am so upset that I got Windows 11. I should have specifically specified for the PC to be Windows 10. That's my only qualm with it, and it's not Starforge's fault. It's my fault for not realizing how bad Windows 11 was and wanting Windows 10 again. That's how bad Windows 11 is. I want Windows 10 again. I fucking hate Windows 10. Better than Windows 11. Oh, which reminds me, there's one important thing here that I've always wanted to know, and I've never asked, and I'm going to ask now. Oh shit, boys, we have an answer! How do you stop the Start menu search bar on Windows 11 from searching non-local files such as the internet? To stop Windows 11 Start menu search bar from showing web results and focus only on local files and apps, you can tweak a setting in the registry editor or group policy editor. Here's how. Registry editor. Reg edit. Well, I hope that doesn't crash OBS. Current user software. Where the fuck is... There's policies. Microsoft Windows. Right click the Windows folder, select New Key, and name it Explorer. Okay, that's odd because it already exists. I tried to create it, but it already exists. Inside the Explorer key, right-click, select New D-word 32-bit value and name it Disable Search Box Suggestions. I don't like fucking with registry, so let's try the other one first, but I have to restart the PC, so I don't know. In all honesty, I want Windows 3.2 with modern drivers on it. That whole program fits on a 3.5 floppy disk, so on my PC it would be invisible due to how small it is. True! When I look at my phone, it's 80% of its storage is its operating system.
Wired to design either a necessary opponent or
fucked up.
build their rivalry. It can make it more interesting, but focusing too much on similarity often leads to stale or simplistic villains that aren't allowed much characterization outside what has...
But again, that's our biggest problem, is I really feel like even Hussein, or even like the Monarch and Anima aren't even that great of villains. It's more of how they fit into the story. Like, I think Fafnir almost appears to be more of a villain than the Monarch. Just from the eyes of the people and the way that you would perceive him as the reader, I could see it seeming like Fafnir and the dragons are more of a scale than the Monarch. But once you look into those eyes, the spirals of galaxies staring back at you, you know the true scope of the enemy you face. And to it, an eon is but a thought.
already been seen in the hero. Because the reader tends to understand the protagonist well, it makes it more difficult to make the antagonist in any way mysterious. In using this paradigm, it's important to be careful of misfitting moments in the story where the protagonist and the antagonist are going at it and the antagonist will say, "We're not so different, you and I," just to unnerve the hero, and the hero will go, "No," even though this isn't even remotely true, but it just feels like it is because they might.
I mean, back in the Windows 2.3 days, they had add-ons that you could choose to include into your system, but you never were forced to include anything you didn't want. I don't want Cortana, but you can't hack her out. Yeah, like, I don't want fucking, Microsoft Edge, but I can't get rid of it. It's fucked. I mean, this makes me think that it's on too big of a scale, but there is the possibility that the reader thinks that the personality of the Monarch is the personality of Anima. And in a sense, that is kind of how it is, but it's like it's a seed of will. It's like the seed that was planted in their head is the idea of expand and grow consciousness. That's the only order they were given. So all they want is a peaceful, united world. So it's almost like the monarch is racist in this fact, because he just wants to get rid of lower intelligent life forms so he can spread higher intelligence life forms across the planet. So it's not even that he wants to kill everyone or blow up the planet or anything like that. He just wants to genocide all of the beastmen. He's like, come on, guys, I just want to kill all of the beastmen. Just let me kill all of the fucking beastmen. And then they're like, well, what about the avians and insectoids? And he's like, yeah, they'll be next. Don't worry, I made a self-destruct inside of all of them. And that's just how it is. And then octopi superiority. And then they will look at the monarch and go, well, which octopi is better? The white horn, the black tail, or the yellowback? And he'll say, neither! I am the crimson dust! And then he will morph into his original red form.
Have some similar backstory or abilities. These scenes can come
Elmo,
across
I
as
am
weak
trying
if
to
they're
buy
not done
bits
well.
for Eggy
Instead,
since
allow
5
it-
minutes XDD.
Well, you know what you're doing, Valiant Boy. Give Eggy the go.
the hero to grapple with their limits, both morally and psychologically,
You don't have
throughout
bot.
the story, so that they question how similar they are to their enemy, will make the moment when their opponent says, we're not so different, far more damaging and persuasive. Alternatively, subverting this in any number of ways can make for a great twist on this trope. In Sherlock, there's even a moment where Sherlock explicitly says,
I am you.
and Moriarty begins to realize,
You're me.
here, the hero instead is trying to throw the villain off by taunting them with that, and it's a fantastic moment. On the opposite side of the scale of similarity, giving the opponent a completely different
The
set
next
of abilities
person that
can
I ban
also
deaf
be
will be
interesting.
myself.
Batman is a
True, Valiant Boy. Now, I'm going to apologize, Valiant. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. I don't know how to ban people in the chat.
Bro, don't WD.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out. So I raided someone last night, right? And within the 5 minutes that I was there, they were talking about how earlier in the stream, one of the mods had accidentally banned someone. And I'm like, how the fuck do you accidentally ban someone? They're like, oh, it happens all the time. And I'm like, I don't even know how to ban someone in the chat. So it's like, to me, it's like, I don't understand how you could misclick it. But apparently you can. So I'm sorry, Valiant Boy. I was being a dick. If you were shoved into a 5-year-old child's body after an illness, their emotions are gone, and you only have access to some memories. So you are yourself in this body. Do you try to pretend to be the 5-year-old child, or tell them the truth from the start? Sean, unfortunately, I would be the child, because I would think they would think I was crazy. But if they confronted me with it because they saw signs of inconsistency, and they asked me about it, then I'd tell them the truth. But I would pose it in a very fictional way. Be like, oh no, this is just because I believe this. So, it's just, to me, Valiant Boy, it's the fact that it's every time someone says the N-word. It's not like it's randomly when someone comes in. It's just like, I see the N-word in chat, and then like a second later I see the guy's banned. And I'm like, we don't know the context behind why he used
Fine,
it.
I agree.
Right? He might just be using the A, not the hard R. You know? I got nothing against that. I don't use it, but hey, if you want to, that's your prerogative.
Genius planner and
I don't judge
martial
people.
artist, while the Joker is impossible to predict and relies on conniving and subterfuge to combat his enemies. The Joker using such drastically different strategies makes him a unique challenge for Batman. He has to fight on a battlefield that he's not as equipped to enter. Pitting your protagonist against an antagonist with radically different abilities creates a unique opportunity for your protagonist to change.
I am just like
Their usual tactics no longer
WHTEVR,
work, and
sometimes
the
I
new strategy
apologies for that, but that's fine. All good bro XDD.
Yeah, Valiant Boy, we got this. I just felt I should apologize because I was being a dick.
needed to stop them may require either a change in morality or allegiance. So how might we write a hero-opponent rivalry? Firstly, a well-written rivalry pits the hero against their necessary opponent. Having them both after the same goal helps change them into active characters, rather than...
Because they both want the world to be a peaceful place. They just want it to be a peaceful place in different areas. We all know that's actually what this is. Right? That's actually a talk seizure, right? If anyone ever says it's not a talk seizure, it's 100% a talk seizure. I mean, what?
passive ones. Secondly, an opponent only becomes necessary when they harm the hero in a way that no other character has.
When they kill Zayd.
As before, and there are a number of creative ways to take this. Thirdly, by making their rival...
You know what, I should make a command that's it talks and then it says, you just died. And we're like, welcome to the afterlife.
Ideological, it integrates their struggle.
There's a story I'm reading now, and the main character is pretending to be a child. Their reason for doing so is to not break their hearts with the death of their child. Still, they were male and a soldier, and the child is female and not human. Without the emotional bonds the child had, how is an adult supposed to pretend that? Okay. This might be extreme, but hear me out. Phases. Kids go through phases all of the time. Think about 2 or 3 of the phases that you've went through between the ages of, let's say, 6 and 10.
Thank you, buddy. You are a good soul. I am teasing you, bro. All's fine.
Fuck you, Valiant boy. We good, bro.
FCWIUUU.
True.
With both theme and the character development of both the protagonist and the antagonist. Fourthly, making the opponent the foil for the hero can narrow the dramatic focus of the narrative, but this can lead to cliche moments, and there are other unique ways to approach developing your antagonist. One final point, we've talked a lot about necessary opponents as the one person in the world best able to attack your hero, but that doesn't mean that your hero can only ever have one necessary opponent. Characters change.
Yeah, there are tons of different opponents, and like they're switching like I said, everyone's switching sides all the time during the book because of influence, ideology, and information.
Change and evolve, they overcome weaknesses and develop new ones, depending...
The child's friends are all genuine children too, with 2 of them being attracted to the child. That would be very different for me to pretend my way through. I mean, again, think back on your childhood crush if you had one. I remember my childhood crush until I was like 11. And then my other one till I was like 13, and then my other one till I was like 15, and then my other one till I was like 19. And then what?
Depending on where the character
EM seizure.
is at, the necessary opponent may change. But
Nice,
it's also totally
Valiant
understandable that as writers we want to have that one person who can challenge them like nobody else ever could, and this still acts as a guide for developing those sorts of antagonists. But that's all from me. A massive thank you to the supporters of myself and Supreme Leader Mishka over on Patreon. You guys really do mean the world.
Alright, so the connection between Husai and the Viceroy on a level of them being channeled either by Anima or by Gaia, as well as the Viceroy, his connection to Husai after Zaid's death. The connection between Zaid's death and the first chapter in the play of how Zaid died, and Husai's need to find whoever that was who killed Zaid, plus finding the information about the Warriors of Light. And then the Warriors of Light lead them to the QP, which leads them to Fafnir. And then Fafnir and Husai have the ideological discussion while they're fighting, and Fafnir's questioning Husai as to why he's doing what he's doing. And this battle is so backwards because Fafnir is making Husai sound like a bad guy. And Husai's like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? And Fafnir's like, you're on the wrong side, buddy. Listen to me. You're on the wrong side. And then they become, essentially allies. And then they go face the Monarch, and the Viceroy turns on them. And then, of course, Fafnir dies. And it's like that older brother kind of character sacrificing himself for a younger character, showing that, Husai is the true meaning of the one. Because Fafnir, the Viceroy, the first time he sees Husai in the inauguration, calls Husai human. And Husai has never heard that word before. And the Viceroy doesn't realize that he did that. It's kind of like a Freudian slip in some way. And it's the only time he's ever mentioned it, but it's the fact that it's supposed to signify that the Viceroy sees Husai as human, but the Viceroy can't cognitively connect that Husai isn't an octopi. Because he'll still call Husai an octopi, but he'll describe him the way that Husai is. And he's the only reinforcing character that describes what Husai looks like. So you really get this contrast of images of what Husai actually is. And that knowledge is something that binds with Husai. So when the Viceroy swaps, essentially, and you're like, what the fuck is going on, it's even more of a detriment to Husai. So it's like all of these connected points between the heroes and the villains and the switching of sides and everything. So I think we actually passed this one as well with a pretty good amount of depth, despite, again, our motivation being extremely low, but everything else just kind of falls into place. And having Husai, or having the Monarch kill Zaid, is just so fucking poetic. It's so beautifully fucking amazingly poetic. But now we're at a crossroads where I want to play Schedule 1. Okay, hold on, let me see here. Ooh, Sean, do you mind if we just skip Chapter 2 today? Or Chapter 3? 'Cause that's a long chapter. Just gonna play some Schedule 1. We'll read Chapter 3 tomorrow. I mean, it'd be fine if we were doing 5-6 hours, but I gotta work early, so unfortunately, we're gonna have to end the stream early. Sure, no problem. Whatever brings you joy. They vary. Yeah, mine do too. So. Okay. Here we go. Let's do this. Unless, hey, Valiant Boy. Do you want to change my category? Okay, we gotta wait for these guys to fucking grow. They need water though, right? The Alien Boy, are you there? Any of the mods there? Or am I gonna, I just, you know, okay, I'm gonna do it myself. Okay, we need to take a toke. We need to grind some. Oh, we need to let our shit grow. And then when it's done, we gotta plant more. We got 4 seeds. We got 3 buckets, right? Unfortunately, we couldn't get the 4th because I'm an idiot. And I shouldn't have, you know, grabbed the storage thing. I should have grabbed fucking buckets. Should have kept the buckets. We'd have more now. But we can just buy a shit ton of things. We got $400 to work with, and we're just gonna make a shit ton of money today. Oh shit, we need wait, products. What is this? Okay, it's OG Kush. Products, OG Kush. No one. Okay, I was just gonna say, is no one messaging us to get weed? What is this? These guys know my Zhongyi is the good stuff. Excuse me. Oh, this one's done. That one's still growing. Soil. Seed. Okay, keep grinding. Let's go. Yeah, tomorrow, like, we're not going to do a 10-hour stream tomorrow. Or for the weekend, but, like, tomorrow is the weekend, so, like, we'll definitely do a 6 or 7 hour stream tomorrow. We'll write the story tomorrow. And then, Tuesday, which will actually be like Wednesday because of the time, right? We might just do we will do our first bikini ASMR. And we're going to use the Henson razor, and we're going to get as clean shaven as we motherfucking can. And we're going to have the foot cam.
And we're definitely gonna have some fun. Maybe write some smut.
But, you know, it is what it is. It's gonna be a fucking ridiculous stream. Oh. Shit. These guys want a shit ton of bud, man. Okay, so this guy, counter offer 180. Sure. You. Okay. You. Message, order. Eight sour diesel. Place order. Awesome. Hell yeah, buddies. We're rocking it now. I'm out of seeds. Okay, how many baggies do we have? 4? So we need more baggies. Put that back, put that back, put that back. The weed back here. Actually, no, we can put the weed in there. Is it like a... okay, I'm just gonna see it in controls. So there is literally nothing for, like, inventory management. Like, you have to use something to, like, manage your inventory. You can't just, like... Oh, okay, I can do it like that. Wait, does that mean I can throw shit away? Hold on, is that how you throw shit away? Tab? Ugh, no, it didn't disappear. Okay, you can't... Can I delete? Okay, it looks like I can't delete anything. So, I don't know how to get rid of these. I wonder if I can sell them to the store. Phone. 1. No, man, you want 2 for 70. So I have $204. Oh wait, we need to put this last soil in. Okay. So we'll have this plant done by the time that we get back. I think that should be the plan. Boom. That'll do. Let's fill this fucker back up with water. And we can sell that, that's right. Okay. We'll save before we head out. Take this tote. Hardware store. We're going to the motel, so we're going to the hardware store. Where is the drop-off, though? Oh, I don't think it's ready yet. Oh, your Dropbox is ready. Okay, it's ready now. Where is it? Over here. Let's grab that, because that means we can immediately start getting those plants ready. So we can at least have 3 going right now. Where's the Dropbox? Wait, where? Oh, it's in the side here. Nice. Okay, now we've moved up a seed. Holy shit, those are cops. Cops. So we want 3 more. Whoops, we want to go this way. We want 3 more. Right. And you 3. Damn, man, look at all these deals we got, bro. We're gonna make some fucking money. Okay, where's the ATM? There it is. We need to deposit. So 438. We need 3. Grow tents. We need 6 soil. Okay, I can't sell those, so I don't know what to do with those. Whoops. 40 baggies. So that's 400. What else do we need? I think that's actually everything. Okay. Sweet. Ah, damn. About you. Mrs. Ming? She's a potential customer? Where is she? Whoops. Nice. Ludwig. He's here? Oh, here we go. Ludwig. Nice. Nice. Okay, hold on. Let's count. I don't think I have enough. We need those plants to grow. We got 3, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So that'd be 25 if this guy wants some. We need 25. Damn. I shouldn't have done that. But I don't have the thing anyways. So we need these plants to be done or we're fucked. Okay, we have 1 done. That might be enough. Oh wait, we have 20 more bud. I'm an idiot. Fuck. We have 20 bud without baggies. We have way more than enough bud. Durr. I just wasted that one guy's 3 kush. Oh well. Now I know, at least it was a test for +3. Only go +2. Never go +3. That's like going full retard. Get in there. Okay, I don't know about those growing, so let's... We're gonna wait, and we're gonna get a new house. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure something. Oh, actually, I think I can just save and not have to worry about it. Okay, so we're gonna go hand out weed. In a sec here. I can put this. And this is all OG Kush. Okay, and then the new stuff that we're getting is all sour diesel. Ooh, 5? Oh! I misclicked! That's why we did this. I hope that happens again. I'm a fucking idiot. I was like, ooh, 5! No. What do you mean, no? You better send me that message again. I guess this is a good test to see if the world maintains the same on, like, the same seed or something like that. Put that there. We got enough of this. Don't need that. Okay, pick this up. And we're gonna go that. That. Yes. Okay, she did message me. This time, don't fuck it up. Yes. Counter offer. 1, 2. Oh, I was glad I didn't go 3 hours. Ain't it time for sleep? Sleep is for the meek, Eggy. I'll probably do 4 hours. It is what it is. You're so naughty, naughty. I know, right? I'm so bad. Can I put it like right here? I think I can put it there, but I need to get rid of this. And then I can put it there. Okay, there we go. Okay, those are done. So we're gonna save. We're gonna go. We got this TV we don't need. Okay, let's see. Who's the closest? Man, that was oh, he's like, oh, I'm so excited, guys. Whoops. Nice. Oh, and I take this money and I put it here. I'm gonna need the rest of it because I need 800. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get enough, but I need 800 for a new house. Okay, so this is the closest. Thank you. You should talk to Benji Coleman. They might be able to help you move your stuff. Yes! I can now hire Benji as a dealer! Let's go! Make sure there's no cops around here. Okay, so there's one guy over there and there's one guy over here. Basketball court. Okay, got this last one, which is 5. Oh shit, cops. Okay, I have a plan. I have an idea. We're just gonna save. No, 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 no! No, 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 no. Bullshit. Just gotta get past this intersection. Okay, I think we're home free. Oh shit, oh shit. Okay, not that way. Can I go through here? No. How do I get to this guy? This is open? Let's get 10 jars. 20 baggies. Oh, I don't have enough. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm gonna regret it, but I don't care. Why does this guy have to be so close to the fucking cops? I don't know how I'm supposed to get to this guy. This is a trap. Jesse's a fucking trap. Fuck is this dude? Oh no. I swear this is a fucking trap. It's a sting operation, guys. Hopefully that pulled them away from the location, so I can finally get this big deal done. Wait, where is he? Oh my god, up there? Like, oh my fucking god, how do I even get up there? This is so bad. This is so bad. Oh my god, I fell. Yeah, you sound like someone who needs 5 of those. Oh no. Okay, we're done. Let's plant this shit. Remember to list your new product sale. True. Okay, last one. Right? Nope, this one. Okay, and then we got the sour diesel. Definitely should have bought pack. But whatever. That back, that back. That. Door, save game. Everything seems good. Let's sleep. And then we can grab more shit during the day because we're gonna have to kill the entire day. Ooh, look at that money. 10 potential customers, 1 dealer, 1 supplier. Oh yeah, that's right. I gotta give my shit to Benji. I gotta hire Benji. But we gotta test one thing. And that's if I move houses, do I lose this house? It doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, so we want this storage unit. Okay, let's go. Things that I don't need. We're gonna leave at the old house. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, dealer manager. Needs water. Shit, I don't have the watering can here. Man, no one wants the sour diesel. Oh my god, I didn't put a seed in this one. That's why I have a seed left over. I'm fucking retarded. Shop. Nice job, Valiant boy. Nice. Good choice. Put those there. We need baggies and jars. Fuck! See, I knew I was gonna regret not buying those. Hmm. Fuck. Sheila. Okay, Benji, we'll get you some more product, bro. Don't you worry. Valium, what you donating for? Well, that's fucking annoying. At least there's nothing in it. So I can pick it up. Okay, so Benji, my good sir. Okay, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14. Oh, shit. Sub EM Tard. Hell yeah, Valiant boy. Go hard, bro. Go hard. Let's fucking do it. Okay, so let's move this. These can all stay here. We want the packing station. Oh, it contains items. Jars. Yeah, okay. Let's move all of this. Hold on, let's save first. Nope. Doesn't want anything. Oh, you. Nope. No, swap this is this. Okay, West Bridge over here. Oh shit, run. I see right here. Thanks for burrowing, Valiant boy. Yeah, Nelson, I'll talk to you later. I gotta stash this. Okay, OG Kush is here. And there's 4 of them here. Okay. And we want 4 of the sour diesel. This is how we're gonna split them up. That way we know which one's which. Here. And we have 1 more sour diesel, so we have 5 here. Oops. Okay. Let's go sell a motherfuck load of wood. Oh, sweet, and we get to pay him. $5 sour diesel. Who's closest? Ah. Ludwig. Sour diesel. It's just one more guy. Got a decent base of operations and a growing customer base. You'll be pulling in some proper cash now, but you'll need some help to manage all your customers. Time to think about recruiting a dealer. There's a guy, Benji Coleman his name is. I think he'll be the first dealer you can work with. You won't be able to hire a dealer until one of their friends has recommended you. Benji is friends with Peggy, Beth, and Ludwig. Focus on selling to them until one of them recommends you. Done, done, and done. He's like way over here. This time we're not screwing around. That should do. Okay, where's the drop? There. And there's no one else to do anything, so we just want the dead drop. And he's already received my money. Is my debt 0? Debt is now paid off. Okay, I don't know if I have a debt or not. Doesn't matter. Matters is we have enough for a mixing station. Okay, so we have 4 here. Fuck, we need soil. I didn't think about it. We don't have any soil. Shit. Oh well. Welcome back, Muffin. How's it going? Okay, he should be fine with that for now. We might as well just sleep because we need to go get some other things. Oh, Hoodlum level 2. Let's go. Green crack seed. Okay, let's go to the mart. I'm tired? Same, Muffin, but I love this game. I can't stop playing. I need to go to bed at some point, though. Okay, yeah, so I need to go to a hardware store. Ooh, fuck the police. Hardware store it is. The people in it scare me. Yeah, I know. They look fucked up. Did you see my character? This is what my character looks like. Stoned out of his fucking mind. Technically her mind. With Benji's help, you'll be able to move a good quantity of product. Now it's time to start manufacturing and selling higher value product. You might notice you buy different weed strains from Albert, like her mistress mixing station. Mixing station, mixed products, ingredients, unique effects. Get started. Go purchase a mixing station. Hell yeah. Oh, yo, Muffin. Good bro.
Oh no.
Not yet. Oh, I can... If I do have a debt, I can... I don't have a debt. Okay. So... Oh. Oops. Here we go, alright, you. Hell yeah. Deposit all of our money in there because we don't need any cash right now. Okay, there we go. "13! Hello! How's it going?" Oh, I got school tomorrow. True, Muffin, except it's work. Nice. This one we want OG Kush. Not great. I have sleep paralysis. Oh god, I have sleep paralysis sometimes too, 13. I feel ya, bro. Not a good time. That's where my sleep anxiety comes from. Fuck going to sleep. Fuck that demon, bro. He can go fuck himself. Oh, I forgot to buy the extra... Shit. We need the extra things. Okay, we got 10 in there, 5 in there, so we need to buy 1 for here. So we need 1 more, plus how many in here? So we need 5. Right? Just want to make sure. 2... 4, 5. Oops, wrong way. Drop is ready. Oh my god, I have no space. Oh, and I have no money. Okay. Whoops. Okay, maybe I can't put that one there. Man, no one apparently wants this, so apparently let's lower it to 52. Apparently no one wants to buy this. I mean, I upsell them anyways, right? So it's like, maybe just lower the price. Let's do 48. And watch the sales come in. Yeah, see, there we go. And then we just upsell them like a shit ton. I think that's the way. Oh wait, I gotta... The frickin' OG Kush was selling a lot better than this shit. So once we're done with this, we can throw down the mixing station right here. And whenever this harvest is done, What do we have for products? We have 11. Sour diesel times 5 times 3 times 4 is 7. So we can do another 4 if we can't get 5. But we do have only 1 5. So what do we have at the other place? Those ones should be finished by the end of today, if they haven't run out of water, because I'm dumb. Just in case. Oh, it's done. Okay, we have the shelving unit. We're gonna have to put down, I think, here. This. Yes, okay, we can put that there. Those are useless. We need those. And we need stab jars. No. You want 5 for 230. And you want 4 for 185. He's not gonna be satisfied, but at least he's gonna get some weed. Good luck, bro. It should be horrible. Fucking school, man. I remember those days. Not anymore, boys. Not anymore. Okay, we gotta go grab our dead drop. So we need all of this.
Valiant Boy Twitch cheered X4. Thank you so much, Valiant Boy Twitch.
Valiant Boy, thank you so much for cheering. Thank you for the 4 cents. You're such a good dude, bro. Thank you so much. You're always there for me. And then for the extra 1. Just cuz, bro. You're OP.
Kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm
Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Valium Boy Twitch shared X1. Thank you so much, Valium Boy Twitch. Your support is much appreciated. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm giving you my earth germs. I'm gonna kill you with my cold. Die, alien.
I'm not an alien, Dillweed. I'm a henchman. And you're not a Venture brother. Who the hell are you?
I'm Hank's friend.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Would you believe I'm Brock Sampson's long-lost son?
If that were true, I don't think I would have caught you so easily.
I couldn't run because I had a lighter up my ass.
Okay, now I believe you're Hank's friend.
Okay, we have no soil. That's our problem now. But we have lots of OG Kush and lots of sour diesel, so we're actually pretty good. Okay, now we take the OG Kush. We're gonna mix the OG Kush and the Viagra. Nice. Perfect. We got all the sour diesel we need. We gotta go pick up those seeds. So let's save just because I know I'm retarded. Okay, so we're gonna call it once the day's over. Call the stream. We had a good day though. Where is that dude? I don't see shit. Oh. Sweet deal. Damn, man, he got scammed. Peter got fucking scammed. Yo, 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 Levi, welcome, welcome. We're about to end the stream. Only a couple minutes here. Once this day is over. We got one more guy to sell to. We gotta pick up a drop box. Plant some seeds. And we gotta call it there. Unfortunately. But that's how she goes. Chapter 14 posted. Nice. I'm probably gonna be super tired tomorrow, so I just wanted to chill out tomorrow. But the day after, maybe, because it's my weekend. Can I make it? Oh shit, get back in the alley, you idiot! Okay, I don't know what to do. I can't go near whoever that is over there. That is like the sketchiest shit, man. Yeah, no, this isn't happening. Bro, why are you in such a fucking heated area? Day after also works. I had an idea, which is what if we tried to do a 2-player tabletop thing with Grok as a DM. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, maybe. That sounds fun. Mix Mania, go to Mass Gas Mart. Are these cops gone? Can I finally go? No. I just don't think I'm able to go in this area. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Where the hell is this guy? No, fuck off. There we go. That's how it's done. I just had to lure them the fuck away from him. Nice. Awful spot, even though he's hidden in the trees. And it's like, you think it's dark on there, it's like 3 times darker on my TV screen. I'm like, I need to turn up the brightness on this shit. Like, this is fucked. I can't see anything. Okay, let's see how these are doing. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, that was so close. I just want to get back to my hotel! I want to go home! Just let me fucking go home. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lock myself out. Okay. These all need water. So much litter. True. We have soil here, so we need Oh wait, I have the seeds on me. Green crack seeds. Ooh, Aspen Death. Alright, I think we're good. We got that in there. We need to worry about that right now. We finished up our mixing. Nothing left but go to sleep. Alright. We did it, guys. We made it another day. What do you know? That's how she goes, right? Another day, another quote. What do we got today? Yes, but not tomorrow, Eggy. The day after. Quote of the day. Do you think I might stand taller in black? Good for you if you got the reference. But remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's find someone to raid. Boys, where are we going? Who's up and at her? Who's willing to take on my community? We are a rambunctious bout, but it is our nature. And staying true to your nature is, what we do. Okay, there's no good reading and writing that I can see. Let's try... Oops. That's not what I want. I haven't seen this one before. Let's do this one. You guys ready? Put on your raid faces. Here we go.